The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 11, amendment of schedule.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 11 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 12, regulations.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 12 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 13, inconsistency.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 13 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honorable members, the question is that schedule forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This honorable House now resumes. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Deposit Insurance Corporation Agreement Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to introduce for its first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Agreement on Immunities, Exemptions, and Privileges between the Corporation Andina de Fomento and Grenada Bill 2025. Thank you.
Bill which seeks to give the force of law to the Agreement on Immunities, Exemptions, and Privileges between the Corporación Andina de Fomento and Grenada, shortly entitled Agreement on Immunities, Exemptions, and Privileges between the Corporation Andina de Fomento and Grenada Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to go through all the stages at this sitting. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the agreement on immunities, exemptions, and privileges between Corporación Andina de Fomento, also known as the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, or CAF, and Grenada, the agreement on immunities, exemptions, and privileges, and the Series C ordinary share capital subscription agreement between the Corporación Andina de Fomento and Grenada. The share subscription agreement were both executed by the respective parties on the 17th day of April 2024. Mr. Speaker, the agreement on immunities, exemption, and privileges between CAF and Grenada seeks to give the agreement on immunities, exemption, and privileges and the share subscription agreement the force of law within the state of Grenada and provides for its respective implementation. This particular bill, Mr. Speaker, contains 7 clauses and 2 schedules. Clause 1, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the short title of the bill and makes provision for a retroactive commencement on the 17th of April 2024 to facilitate the act coming into force on the date on which the respective agreement was signed between the both parties, which is CAF and Grenada, and in compliance with Article 20 of the agreement. Clause 2, Mr. Speaker, provides for the interpretation provisions and seeks to provide the definition that are used throughout the agreement or throughout the Act. Clause 3, Mr. Speaker, provides for the agreement on immunities, exemption, and privileges as set out in Schedule 1 to the Act, and the share subscription agreement as set out in Schedule 2 of the Act. And it makes provision to give it the force of law within the state of Grenada. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, provides for all monies required to be paid by the government of Grenada for the purpose of meeting its obligation under the agreement on immunities, exemptions, and privileges, and share subscription agreement to be charged directly to the consolidated fund. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, exempts the corporation from the application of certain legislation enactments and from the payments of specified duties and charges such as under the Stamp Tax Act and the Income Tax Act. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, provides for amendment to the agreement on immunities, exemptions, and privileges and the share subscription agreement as agreed to by the parties to be reflected in the respective schedules, meaning Schedule 1 and 2, to the Act by order published in the Government Gazette. Clause 7, Mr. Speaker, empowers the Minister for Finance to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the agreement on immunities, exemptions, and privileges in respect of the share subscription agreement and the Act. Schedule 1, Mr. Speaker, sets out the text of the agreement on immunities, exemption, and privileges between the Corporation Andina de Fomento and Grenada. And Schedule 2 sets out the text of the Series C ordinary shares. Ordinary share subscription agreement between the corporation and Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, this is in a nutshell what the bill is. I now lay it before the Parliament for discussion, if any. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I stand to give full support to this bill. And I would want to say that Grenada, as a country, would have benefited from CAF, Latin American Caribbean, Latin America, this bank. We would have benefited from this bank long before we became a member. I recall, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, when we had the symposium on the creative industry in Grenada, the CEO of CAF in the Caribbean, which is based in Trinidad, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, in a brief discussion with her, she agreed and she got CAF to give us a grant, Mr. Speaker, of $50,000 that we were able to use to stage that big international conference, which we call Unleash, in Grenada, in which we looked at the creative industry in our country. So, being a member of this bank, Mr. Speaker, sir, provides a range of opportunities for Grenada to raise concessionary financing for many of the development projects that this government have in mind, and therefore help us to spread our risk, to spread the risk as we seek to develop our country and our economy. CAF is one of the biggest banks we have in the region. It is in fact much bigger than the Caribbean Development Bank. Yeah, and it has substantial amount of resources available for development purposes. We, being a member of the ordinary share capital, I think we call it Series C, it allows us to earn dividends many times more than I think the $500,000 we will have to put in to be a shareholder, a shareholder Series C, many times more. And therefore, it's an opportunity for us to raise, if I may say, concessionary capital, soft loans, to assist in our development projects that we have. And we have some major development projects coming up, and that's one good source of financing for them. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I give my full support, and I want to take the opportunity now to express thanks to Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy who actually is from Trinidad and Tobago, and who's a friend of Grenada, and who always is ready to provide support to us. Yes, so I got the figure here, Mr. Chair. We invested 5 million, and we can borrow up to 20 million, being a member of CAF. So that is just excellent. That is excellent. Good financial partnership in our development process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. Andrew Southwest. MP for St. Patrick East.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the bill fully. Being the Minister of Finance and the one signing that particular agreement between CAF and Grenada, I could not sit here and not lend my support or basically add my voice to my honorable colleague next door here, because I think that being a member of CAF would give us the wherewithal to be able to borrow monies from the institution at concessionary rate to assist in the development of our country, as well as we are likely to get dividend from that entity. And as Honorable Lennox Andrews would have indicated, CAF is one of the larger financial institutions in the region that supports governments. And apart from the Caribbean Development Bank, which we have been using over the years, we can now benefit from that institution. So I thank you for allowing me to make that comment.
Thank you very much, MP for St. Patrick East. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no.
Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated.
Item number 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes.
Pleasant good morning, Senators. Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Good morning, Madam President and your staff. Good morning to my fellow colleagues on this side of the House and my colleagues on the other side. Madam President, I rise to beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025, at 9 a.m. to be taken as read.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the proposal is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber here at Mount Weldale in St. George's on Tuesday, 27th May 2025 at 9 a.m. be taken as read. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise and beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025, at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the motion is that the minutes of the proceeding of a sitting of the Senate here at the Parliament in Mount Weldale, St. George's, held on the 27th May, Tuesday, at 9 a.m., be taken as read. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Minutes are taken as read. Be confirmed, sorry. Be confirmed. Minutes be confirmed. Minutes are confirmed now.
Item number 5, messages from the Governor General. Item number 6, announcements by Madam President.
Welcome again, Senators. Welcome to our July 1st Senate meeting. We last met on the 27th of May, 2025. First off, let me report that I have received 2 excuses, one from Senator, the Honorable Dr. Miana Charles, who is out of the state on urgent family medical business. We are sending Senator Charles and her family get well wishes. I've also been advised that Senator Dwight Horsford is flying into the country today and will unavoidably be absent from our sitting. Finally, I'm asked to expect a late arrival of Senator Gloria Thomas Samuel, as she's opening a seminar under her name as host of a regional meeting, and she'll join us as soon as she has concluded the opening. I welcome all of the senators. Distinguished senators, with cricket, graduation, and returning nationals all filling our national air and space here in Grenada these days, I'm sure you would want me to wish our graduates, our cricketers, and our families a happy July as we start the month. I have attended 2 secondary school graduations to date, more to come. And in both cases, the valedictorians and the salutatorians were all female. One school, the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, it's an all-girls school anyway, so no surprise there. However, what was noteworthy to me was the scale and breadth of activities of those young female emerging minds and leaders, including the Student of the Year and the one who received the Principal's Award, and many others. From languages to science, from chess and steel pan to ICT, helping peers and helping teachers, faith in the Almighty, students seem to be equipping themselves well to go on to higher education and the world. I'm proud of the all-round achievements of Grenada's girls, and I congratulate and encourage all of them, and I offer inspiration, such that I can, to the boys to step up to their girl peers. Indeed, the boys have been, and I'm sure will continue, to be competitive and to do well. And so congratulations to all our graduates, from the tiny tots going on to primary school, the primary school leavers going on to secondary schools, and on and on. All those headed into tertiary level, this week and next, more graduates will be marching in and out of our school halls with their gown, with their pride, with the expectation that their studies have paid off. Congratulations again to all graduates across Grenada. I extend special congratulations to my godson, Ethan David, who is 11, who has just performed very well from the Bel Air Government School in Upper St. Andrews. He's on to SAS and on to national achievement. Go for it, Ethan. Do well, you'll succeed with the tens of thousands of other primary school students headed on to secondary school. And I know that many persons here, both you honorable senators and staff members, have family members who are graduating. I extend congratulations to them as well. Since I am a self-appointed advocate of rural Grenada, where schooling is a much more challenging proposition for families than in some other parts of the country, and where I have 2 pairs of twin boys as godchildren within the school system, I am keeping a keen eye, Mr. Minister of Education, on the progress of education in this country and upcountry. You've been doing very well for the education system. I urge you to do even better. I remind and thank teachers, headmistresses, headmasters, and the entire nation to celebrate and to continue to support our children across the board, that they achieve the social and economic stability, the overall upward mobility, and the happy, sustainable life that formal schooling and wider education intends to bring each of us. I extend a warm welcome to our special guest here in the chamber this morning. I think she's the only in-house visitor, who is a young student. She is visiting for 7 weeks to volunteer with her education NGO in Grenada, Grenada, from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. It's truly education season. Thank you for coming. And I also want to extend a special welcome to a guest of Grenada. I must be transparent and admit it's a friend of mine, Ambassador Karen Tan, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Singapore to Grenada and to CARICOM. Ambassador Tan is on a short visit. She'll go up to CARICOM, fresh from Grenada, and the strengthening of Singapore-Grenada relations portends well for our country. Thank you for coming, Ambassador Tan, and thanks to Singapore for its relations with our country. I also want to welcome home former Senator Glenn Noel, who I understand is visiting Ambassador from the Republic of Cuba, is home, and a former senator, of course. Distinguished senators, yesterday, the 30th of June, marked World Parliament Day 2025. The Speaker and I have issued a statement on the importance of Parliament as our leading national political and policy institution outside of government. This is established, this day has been established and led by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, which itself was founded in 1889. This year, its theme for World Parliament Day is Achieving Gender Equality, Action by Action. That means for both sexes, equality of the sexes. Well, with our 4 of 13 parliamentarians being female in this chamber, I think we are on our way and we could aim for a 50-50. Dear Senators, on my own behalf, I want to thank all parliamentarians, and I'm sure on your behalf as well, to thank all those who've gone before us, elected and appointed, past and present, for service to this country. And I urge continued high performance in whatever field we find ourselves, in whatever committee we work in the Parliament, to inspire our youth, to elevate our country. In closing, let me say that the Grenada branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association must soon hold a Grenada branch meeting. And I'm encouraging everyone as we contemplate on the backdrop of World Parliament Day, all members in both houses to attend that meeting, which I'm sure our clerk will soon be calling. Belatedly but sincerely, happy World Parliament Day, and onward to our rest of the session. I would also like to announce that, as is the norm, the public accounts training will take place again this year. And we have the great satisfaction and opportunity that Senator Roderick St. Clair and Senator Salim Rahman will be attending this public accounts workshop at Westminster, UK. The workshop will be July 7th to 11th, so you are excused to be out of the country. And just that you're reminded, the Public Accounts Committee is made up of non-government members, so opposition and independents, and we are happy to be represented by Senator Roderick St. Clair and Senator Rahman. Senator Cox, are you in attendance as well, given that you are the leader of the opposition on our side here? You have the mic, sir.
Madam President, no, I haven't received any communication of such.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for your response. And thanks to everyone for coming, and we continue. Any other announcements you will hear from me? I thank you for your patience. End of announcements from me. Senator Cox.
Madam President, if you please permit me to steal a small segment of your announcement, to just recognize as today being the 1st of July, Carriacou and Petit-Matic, of course, in northern part of Grenada, experienced one of the worst hurricanes in our time. Yes. And so I think it's a good opportunity for us to recognize that here in this house a number of persons would have lost their lives. And of course, it is something that will forever be in our minds as Carriacouans, Petit-Maticans, and Grenadians, of course. So I just wanted to, for us to recognize today as well. I'll speak a little bit more on it a little later on in the session, but I think it is important for us to have that in our minds before we start today's session. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Cox, and forgive me my awful omission in my own remarks. I was so taken up with these wonderful graduations, but we join you in the sentiment of expression of remembrance and continued condolences to our people, our sisters and brothers across Carriacou, Petit-Matic, and Grenada. Thank you for the reminder. And our solidarity continues as a nation. I see the light of Senator Roderick Sinclair. You've requested the floor, and you have it, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to you, and good morning to everyone in this chamber. Of course, we want to welcome you from visiting us, and of course to all our listeners and viewers on the outside. Madam President, I don't want to say I want to steal, like Senator Cox, part of your remarks, announcement, but I am seeking permission of you to make a small announcement, which I think is very important. It's pertaining to this Conservation Parliamentary Caucus that Grenada has. If you permit that I can speak a minute or two on this. Yes, so I'm seeking your permission to speak a minute or two on this issue of the Parliamentary Conservation Caucus.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Would you mind to discuss this on the personal?
Yes, I thought of that, but I come here first rather than leaving it for then, and then maybe have no other gateway. So this is sometime you go to the first pipe, go to the first fountain. Thank you. Excellent. Good.
Thank you. Item number 13, we'll come back to you. Thank you, Senator. Any other petitions for the floor? Hearing none. Clerk?
Item number 7, ministerial statements. Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees. Item number 9, petitions. Item number 10, government notices. Item number 11, unofficial notices. Item number 12, questions. Item number 13, personal explanations.
And I offer the floor to Senator Roderick Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I just realized but it's good. I didn't try to steal the time, so the announcement, so I realized what happened. You see, once you're stealing things, you get away with it. But that's okay. That was a joke. Thank you, Madam President. I want to use this opportunity to share with this Honorable House and, of course, the nation of this very important information. And maybe after you may even want to comment too, Madam President, because in Grenada, we have what we refer to as the Parliamentary Caucus on Conservation. And maybe that's the first time we're speaking about this thing publicly. And so myself, Senator Cox, yourself, Madam President, Minister for Agriculture, MP Lennox Andrews, and of course, MP for the Minister for the Environment, MP Kieran James, Honorable Kieran James. To my best of my knowledge, are the membership of this caucus. And it's our understanding that we have a mandate to dialogue among ourselves across the aisle and across houses to look at issues of the environment and conservation. Of course, being representing the farmers and agriculture interests, my presence is welcome in that space. And so this is a very important caucus that we need to ensure that is very active, because there's so much environmental issues and so on that is taking place throughout the world. And it gives us a chance that, you know, the public don't only see us fighting and chatting and giving different views, but when we come together and share experiences and look towards common good for this country. And so it is something that I think that people need to be aware of. And so this International Conservation Caucus Foundation, that's an international organization, is spearheading that sort of initiatives, particularly targeting parliamentarians, because at the end of the day, how the laws and regulation and all of this happens, we might have the technical persons doing a lot of work, but how does we sit and review and agitate? And so there have been several activities that has been organized by this caucus international conference over the years. And so in June the 7th to 12th, that's happened already. There was this conference, a roundtable conference on the whole issue of it's focused on the whole issue of sustainability with our oceans and marine space, and there was particular emphasis on marine protected areas. We speak a lot of the blue economy and all of those things. So I had the opportunity to be recommended in our local caucus to attend this function in Nice, France. It was a picturesque place. You almost felt like you was home in Grenada in the summer. It was beautiful, but that was the ocean. But in terms of the content and so on, it was a very good experience because you had parliamentarians from all over, you know, from Indonesia, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Belize, Mexico, you know, different areas, sharing experiences. And the truth is that we are no different to the challenges that they are facing. And this gives us good opportunity to be able to work in that global space. Grenada also is represented at the UN COP. That's the bigger event by, of course, the other ambassador, Jerry Eno, and the Grenada team was also present at that event. The OECS also had some presentations going on. But what was the main focus from our side, from the parliamentarian, had to look at the issue of financing. Because, for example, in Grenada, we have marine protected areas, but we may have issues with, there is no boat, there is no persons to man it, the involvement of the community, and all of those things. How do we operate sustainable? You know, not just extract all the fisheries resource. How do we ensure that there's proper regulations? But most importantly, how do we arrange financing? Do we wait on our annual budgets, or do we only wait on funding from international agencies and have to make funny commitments and so on? So this, I would put together some notes which I can share to others later on. But this was the essence of the discussion. And what really came out, you will say, what was the end game? The end game basically is, look, whilst there is funding and so on that is taking place, we have to ensure that as a nation, we ensure that the people, the public is involved, these main stakeholders. We have to ensure that there is a sustainable financing mechanism, not only depending on donors and so on for that. And also have that new self-awareness of what these resources really mean for our country. And so I think it's an opportunity also, Madam President, we're just coming out of the fishermen birthday celebration, and in the middle of that is something that needs to be tailored in. We have the Grenada National Trust. It's something that we need to look at as the caucus and see what role they are playing. Are they doing it efficiently, or is just a trust that is sitting there? Because I don't think we are just a caucus for paper. We need to be caucusing, we need to be doing, and I trust this pledge that we really, if it's every quarter or so, that we meet and we review and look at things. The impact of what is happening on the land with our farmers and also our household in terms of the way our waterways and pollution and all of those things which impact the reef and so on and the near shore activities. All of this has to be considered. And so what sort of regulations? So for example, I see recently in Barbados, on my way as I stop by, you read some of the papers, they are speaking about stormwater management. How do we manage stormwater? We did a bill recently within water resource management, but they are dealing with how they deal with stormwater, which comes down and bring all this garbage and so on, which affect our fishes and our turtle and all of these things. So I think that what it brought here is that it gives us an opportunity to really support the work of the Ministry of the Environment and support the work of the fisher folks, and to create an opportunity for a cleaner and better Grenada. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Rahman.
Good morning, Madam President, and thank you for the opportunity. I just would like to briefly mention the upcoming 4th Annual Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. It will be held in St. George's, Grenada from July 28th to 29th. And the theme of the forum is Resilience and Transformation, Enhancing Africa-Caribbean Economic Cooperation in an Era of Global Uncertainty. So this is a trade show, a trade forum that is coming to Grenada. We know that it is quite expensive to travel to the African continent. And here we have business people from the African continent coming to our shores in the end of July. So I just want to make mention of that because I don't know if we will meet if the Senate will meet prior to that date so that the public can be aware of coming down to meet business people and making the necessary connections so that they can improve trade between the continent of Africa and our nation. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Rahman. Other announcements? All right. We continue.
Item number 14, motions. Item number 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Act 2025.
A bill which seeks to amend the schedule to the Bank Holidays Act, Cap 25, to establish the observance of Emancipation Day on the first day of August as a bank holiday in Grenada, shortly entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are in favor say aye, and those of the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Senator Thomas, Adrian.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this sitting today is a very important one, a very significant one in the lives of Grenadians, at home and abroad, and also the wider Caribbean and internationally. I would like to join with my colleague on the other side, Senator Cox, in also recognizing 1st of July, as a day when the people, our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, experience Hurricane Beryl, something they have never experienced, well, the present generations have never experienced before. They may have heard about it in Grenada in 2004 when Hurricane Ivan struck our country. And we continue to empathize with the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and the northern part of Grenada, St. Patrick. And while this will always remain on our mind, Hurricane Beryl, I think the lesson that comes from Hurricane Beryl, Madam President, is the whole question of resilience. And Emancipation Day is a true reflection of how our people stand firm and resolute, resilient in the struggle over the years. And so today we bring this bill to the House, Madam President, not as the beginning of our struggle, but the process continues. And as the Africans will say, a luta continua. Madam President, Emancipation Day is a very, very important day. And therefore, it is our responsibility, this generation, not the ministers, not the government, not the Prime Minister, but our generation must set the record straight. We cannot continue to just place in our calendar a day to observe Emancipation Day. Just observe. And at many times, Madam President, we convert this very important day in local parlance, wine and jam, drink and get drunk session. Madam President, this is a day of profound significance in our history. And we must ensure that we give it the relevant importance. And therefore, coming to this House, Madam President, we're going to amend the Act to reflect that the real Emancipation Day be commemorated on August the 1st every year. And no longer just the first Monday. Madam President, over the years we have listened to the people. We have observed the struggle of our Caribbean brothers and sisters. In many Caribbean islands, Madam President, Barbados already gone there, Jamaica already gone there, St. Vincent already there, and many of the other Caribbean islands. And I think the time has come for Grenada to align itself with putting and giving the true meaning of Independence Day, a holiday with a meaning, a holiday with significance. And therefore, Madam President, it's an honor and a solemn responsibility to reflect on this meaningful day. And as you reflect on what caused this day, history has recorded, Madam President, that millions of our ancestors died. And they did not die in vain. Madam President, for hundreds of years, our ancestors were enslaved, forced out of the country, forced out of the culture, forced out of the language, forced to make others enjoy the fruits of their hard labor. And here's the reason why we are talking about today, reparation. Because the struggle did not end 1834, Madam President. The struggle, as I said, continues. And how can we continue this struggle when we just paying lip service and observing the first Monday in August? That must change. And it's an honor to be part of this administration, Madam President, to take the initiative, to put some meaning to that significant day. We know that the legacy of slavery is very painful. And sometimes it baffles me, Madam President. How can we not remember? How can citizens of Grenada, the Caribbean, the black communities, whichever part of the world you may find yourself, for Emancipation Day to pass, and don't even remember it? Madam President, send cold bumps on my skin now at this point in time. Because Madam President, if that day was to pass, and to be a citizen, to be a black man, don't even remember it, I don't think we know exactly where we're going. And we will not know where we come from. And today, Madam President, all those who made the sacrifices before, we must remember them and honor them and respect them. And in the Caribbean, we must remember the Maroons in Jamaica, the trade unionists in the wider Caribbean. And to come home, Madam President, T.A. Marichaud and Morris Bishop and Sir Eric Geary, we must remember them because they are all part of the struggle. And we are happy, Madam President, to join the line and continue the struggle, advocating for real emancipation Because mental slavery we are still battling with. And there are people in the world today who are making every effort to ensure that that mental bond that they have deliberately imposed on us remain with us. But today we are seeing a new wave of leadership across Africa, in the Caribbean, the consciousness. I remember in the 70s, Madam President, Black Power in the Caribbean was part of the struggle. And again, sometimes they say every generation, you'll find a new wave of struggle. But the time has come, Madam President, for you to take the necessary action. And so, this bill, Madam President, will amend the schedule of the Principal Act by deleting the following words in subsection 2. In section 2, sorry. The first Monday in August, which shall be known and referred to as Emancipation Holiday. This, Madam President, will be deleted and substitute with the words, the first day in August, which shall be known and referred to as Emancipation Day. And we are hoping that this amendment will bring some level of consciousness to our people, not only in Grenada, but throughout the Caribbean, and it will chart a new course for each one of us. So I now commend this bill to the House for your kind consideration.
I thank you, Senator. I thank you, Senator. I didn't know you were old enough to remember the 70s, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, you're cleaning up your act now. Senator Nolan Cox from the Great Region of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this bill before us, I think is one that, as I said, the genesis of the bill in terms of emancipation, of course, for not just for Grenada, but for the region. It is a very important historical achievement for our people. And of course, it's something that we should always remember, recognize in every way that we can, Madam President. But Madam President, I listened to the leader of government business speak, and I think some of his pronouncements is not quite accurate in terms of where we are as a people. And I think it's presented in such a way as if we, at some point in time, would have lost our sense and recognition of Emancipation Day, and I don't think that is quite accurate. I know for a fact, of course, Madam President, that it is taught in our schools, in our classrooms on a daily basis, the date for Emancipation Day. So persons are well aware of the date when Emancipation Day is recognized. However, some decision was taken some time back, some policy decision to have a holiday on the first Monday in August and not on the 1st of August. Yeah. and I'll go further to explain and for us to understand that it was not misplaced. All right? I have nothing against the idea of wanting to have the holiday on the 1st. And a number of references and examples were drawn to other countries, and also statements were made that our way of celebrating or recognizing Emancipation Day is somewhat of a kind of wine and jam, or something like that. Something to that extent was mentioned. But I just want to, just before I go in further, I just want to give just a quick example of some of the activities that takes place in some of the said countries who celebrate Emancipation Day on the 1st. And I'll probably start first with Barbados. Barbados celebrate the Emancipation Day. I think there is a bus for one of the rebellion leaders. There's a bus somewhere in Georgetown where they have a ceremony there. I think one of the leaders who led the rebellion in 1816. So they have that. They have an emancipation walk. Madam President, if I recall, we do have an emancipation walk every year. They have beach fest. They have food fest. I think I need not go further to explain the details of those events. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam President, they have a parade, cultural events, food fest. St. Lucia, drumming, dancing, food fest, Madam President. So I think it's important that I raise this so that my colleague senator understands that it is quite similar to what we have and what we have been doing in respect to Emancipation Day and the holiday, the Monday. On that Monday, Madam President, I think it's important that I start first with your parish. On that weekend, you have the Rainbow City Festival. That festival, of course, is a byproduct of emancipation, where you have the community, cultural events, practices, whatever the case may be, food, all that depicts and derive from emancipation. You have the Caribbean Regatta Festival, also sailing. You have other events taking place. You have the same Emancipation Walk and the lighting of the flambeau. All that takes place on the Monday. So I'm making the statement to say, Madam President, that while the activities were held on the first Monday and not on the first, Emancipation Day was being recognized and will continue to be recognized because those activities are clear byproducts and not just mere derivatives of the community or of emancipation. Those events and cultural practices or cultural events are deeply rooted and they go back a very long way. So as such, I think in presenting this bill, those cultural events are somewhat overlooked and glossed over as if they are not important and they do not reflect or represent emancipation or recognition of emancipation. But before the presenter, Madam President, the bill, maybe the government, in its decision to move those activities to the first, maybe they may have already have a list of what activities they may have on that day that they can probably offer the House to the public so that we can maybe sense to see something different from what has been done or what has been practiced throughout the region. But I say this to say, Madam President, that this policy decision to move the holiday, for me, is neither here nor there. But the fact of the matter is, whatever decisions that we make must, of course, be in tune with how it is received by our people. And I don't know what is the government plans as to how not having a holiday which culminate on for those two activities, which is the Monday, I don't know how they will treat with it. But it's something that they must be considered, that will reshape those activities, that they may be smaller or they may not have anything the Monday, but will conclude on the Sunday. That is all good and well, but that is for the public to consume, Madam President. So I make these few statements to say that I do not believe that our people in any shape or form has been diminished in our recognition and awareness of emancipation, what it means to us, what it has done for us. I don't think so. I think the decision to harmonize the day of remembrance as the first with other countries, that is all good and well. But I don't think, Madam President, that how it has been has in any way taken away from how you, Madam President, felt about emancipation, or how the presenter of the bill felt about emancipation. And I think most Grenadians feel that way. So I just wanted to underscore that this amendment, in my mind, is much more of a harmonization than in somewhat trying to correct some wrong. Madam President, I don't think so. If that was the case, we would not have had marches on the holiday that was ascribed for us. We would not have those activities, those cultural events would not have emerged or evolved on those those days, Madam President. So I just wanted to underscore that and to say that if we're making that harmonization move, I think it's best not to diminish what we as a people has achieved through those events. The Carriacou Regatta Festival is the oldest regatta in the region. It's over 50 years old. And that is something significant. And I don't think it should be brushed aside just because we decide now to recognize emancipation Day on the 1st and not on the first Monday. So, Madam President, with these few words, as I said, I am not adverse in any way to any change or any recognition for the day, on the day. But I don't think it should be as a consequence of what we had and what we know in terms of our celebration on the first Monday. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Cox, for your contribution. And I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew from the Great Northeastern Parish.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to you, good morning to all staff in the chamber and my colleagues on the other side. And on this side, and to every Grenadian listening to the proceedings of this Honorable House, I join with Senator Cox and the Leader of Government Business in remembering our brothers and sisters on the Sister Isle of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and in the northern part of the island, who were dealt a very serious blow last year, this time, and who are reeling this time last year from the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. We pray at this time that even as we work assiduously as government to restore, and we have been working, and credibly so, I would add, that God continues to strengthen them and give them the resilience that they need to continue emerging much stronger out of that experience, and that they continue to survive well. Madam President, I rise to give support to this Bank Holiday Amendment Bill 2025. This is just another step, in my mind, to owning and recognizing our history and ensuring that it becomes more deeply etched in our population's minds. I mean, it's unfortunate that probably there's a thought that we did not recognize emancipation. Far from it, because I think all of us appreciate it, but we ought to be deliberate about preserving it. We ought to be intentional about making sure it's not forgotten. You see, Bible history tells us that after the children of Israel left captivity and left 400 years of slavery in Egypt, in fact, before that, the forefathers of Israel went down there in a famine. And Joseph became very popular with the Pharaoh, with the king, because he was such a good leader and good advisor. He became the boss in Egypt. He preserved them and was able to bring prosperity to Egypt. So they were good friends, Joseph's descendants, the children of Israel. But there came a time when the children of Egypt knew not the generations of Israel. And so they're like, who is this Joseph? What kind of thing is that? You understand what I'm saying? And so we want to make sure that in our context, in our history, that doesn't happen. And if we are true to ourselves, while we recognize the startling importance of emancipation, we could recognize that there are several things in our history that a lot of younger people don't quite know. And we don't have to go far back as 1834 or 1838. We can go as close as 1979, 1983, and we can talk about the revolution. And if we had not made conscious decisions to more deliberately and intentionally talk about and teach our history, some people, well, what about the revolution? Who did what? And eventually, it becomes so watered down and so far-fetched. And that's not what we want to happen. So we do appreciate the value. We understand the need to celebrate. But this is just one in a suite of interventions to make sure we are deliberate and intentional in preserving that history. You see, I am from the big parish, and I remember as a much younger man what the Rainbow City Festival meant. And I remember the strength of the exhibits. I remember the cultural things. I remember the farine. I remember the displays of big yams. I remember lots of good things about it. And then over the years, you see a shift and you wonder, and I'm sure my colleagues on the other side could talk about the extent to which that's changed. And not that anything, and this is not to blame anybody or to blame anything, but then there will come a generation that will think about Rainbow City more than they think about emancipation. So we still want the Rainbow City, but we want to make sure whenever that time of the year comes, the 1st of August, somebody's going to ask, what is holiday for? Well, it will be marked on the calendar, Emancipation Day. Yeah? And the history will be given an opportunity to be rehearsed, to be retold, so that our generations and the succeeding generations will have every opportunity to be told that our ancestors, their ancestors, were taken, ripped from the coast of Africa, West Africa. And they were brought, and their strength and resilience allowed them to face the Middle Passage and survive it. And be brought to the Caribbean. And after centuries of enslavement working for the white plantocracy, there came a time when in 1834, legislatively they were passed to be freed, and it took a number of years before it was finally operationalized in the British West Indies. Till 1838. Through several revolts, again, showing the strength of our ancestors, the Maroons, and all of these other, whether it's in Bobby's, whether it's in Sam Sharp, you can talk about Coffee and all of those guys who led various rebellions at various points. But you see, the point I'm making is that putting it deliberately on that date gives us the opportunity every single year to say those stories and to make sure the national pride that our young people need to understand and associate with our emancipation is never forgotten. And it's strengthened. Because you see, there's so much resilience in our heritage. There's so much strength. You see, sometimes people begin to think that our ancestry were all poor and they fail to recognize that we came from a place with higher civilizations. You know, we came from a place where civilization was rich and still rich. And you see, I want us to get to that place. And to me, this piece of amendment puts us on a trajectory to much more quickly get there. Senator Sinclair, I see you, sir. Right? But it allows us over time to recognize where we've come from, the struggle we've been through, and how the blood, the sweat, the tears, the sacrifice over the centuries that got us to this point, and how much more we need to preserve it. And so I have absolutely no reservations. Now the activities, the Rainbow City, we want it. The regattas, with the Cox, we want it. And we will ensure that they are accommodated in some form or other. But I think more critically, this will preserve more intentionally our history and provide a platform for our upcoming generations to never forget where we've come from and ensure, more importantly, that we don't go back there, not mentally or otherwise. In fact, we must continually emancipate ourselves, as Bob Marley says, from the mental and other forms of it that still linger around. And so, without reservation, Madam President, I give my full support to this amendment bill, the Bank Holiday Amendment Act 2025. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Senator Andrew, and without hesitation, I thank you. And I offer the floor to Senator the Honorable Seville Francis, Northern Parish, Southern Parish. Senator Seville Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just asked by the Honorable Senator Britton where I'm really from, if it's the South or the North. Madam President, it's not where I live, it's where I'm from, and my heart and my soul and every part of me will always belong to the people and the parish of St. Patrick. And on that note, Madam President, allow me to also lend my support and my empathy to the people of St. Patrick and the northern part of our state, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, as we reminisce on the unfortunate anniversary of something very tragic. I recall very vividly being activated as part of the NADMA district team and reliving that horrific experience. It's something I wish for no one in my generation or the generation to come to ever have to relive. And so we must take steps as a people to ensure that we are climate resilient and we are climate smart as a means of mitigating the impact that these disasters have on us. So my thoughts, my prayers, and my support continues to be with our people who has been adversely affected by Hurricane Beryl. Madam President, I stand here also today to give my full support to the Leader of Government Business and my colleagues as we put forward this amendment bill, Madam President. It is a simple but powerful legislative act, one that speaks to who we are as a people, one that speaks to and seeks to correct a long-standing historical oversight where we are now declaring, or officially declaring, August 1st as Emancipation Day in Grenada instead of the first Monday in August. Madam President, I want us to think beyond what this is saying on the surface. I want us to see this as a way of awakening our national consciousness more than an amendment to a schedule, Madam President, because in fact, this is what it is. We have to have that shared national consciousness and historical context to understand who we are as a people, where we came from, which will also be the pavement to take us where we ought to be as a people, Madam President. You see, Madam President, emancipation is not a date that is merely punctuated on a calendar. Emancipation is a turning point in our people's history, Madam President, and I want us to understand that. You see, it is a day where our ancestors stood no longer as property, Madam President, but they're now seen as people. Madam President, that day in history in 1834 was the day that the brutal shackles of slavery were legally broken. Even though the scars remained, and they're still here today, we are still leaving it. We are leaving the trauma of our ancestors, Madam President. But it is also the day that our Caribbean civilization began to reimagine itself as free. And we all love freedom, Madam President. And we owe it to our ancestors, the freedom that they fought for, the freedom that we so graciously enjoy, Madam President. It was at the cost of someone else. And so we owe it to our ancestors to say, you fought for this on our behalf. Therefore, we are giving it back to you. We are celebrating you. We are thanking you, Madam President. This legislation, or this act that we are debating here, Madam President, is saying thank you to our ancestors. Madam President, you see, August 1st, 1834 is not a convenience, you know. It's not a convenience for us to have another holiday. It is a covenant. And if we understand what covenants are, Madam Speaker, we'll understand the sacredness of Emancipation Day. Madam President, you see, by aligning our observance with the actual date of emancipation, we are not just following tradition, you know. Madam President, I heard we have a lot of traditional events happening on that day. But what we are saying is that we are reaffirming our respect for our generations who endured the worst of human cruelty so that we may walk freely today, Madam President, so that we may have regatta, so that we may have Rainbow City Festival, Madam President. Madam President, I always believe that this Grenada, this little but beautiful state, we are trendsetters. But Madam President, it seemed like we were in the back this time, because we have our neighboring islands and countries, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Lucia. They've already started observing August 1st as a public holiday and not just as a floating Monday, because they understand the significance. So, Madam President, I am saying it's not too late for us to join the line. We're playing catch up, but it's okay. It's better late than never. As I reflect on my upbringing and understanding my history, Madam President, if I may offer a brief but personal story. As a child growing up, I was brought up as a Seventh-day Adventist, so the festivities is not something that I was privileged to enjoy. It's something that I craved for, but unfortunately, because of my denominational obligations, I was not able to. But sadly, Madam President, whenever I heard about Emancipation Day, I heard about Rainbow City Festival. And yes, it may seem like a recurring theme here this morning, but that is the truth. And it took me a while, shamefully, as an adult, when I was conducting research, I really understood that Rainbow City Festival is not Emancipation Day and vice versa. I understood the difference difference, the significant difference. And Madam President, I am not here to diminish the significance, the cultural significance of the Rainbow City Festival to the people of St. Andrew and to the people of Grenada. But Madam President, it's sad that as a child, I thought they were one and the same. You see, it's something that I looked forward to, was not able to enjoy, but I heard about the colors, the energy, the music. It was something that people looked forward to. And I never quite understood or connected the festivities to the true meaning of emancipation, Madam President. I didn't understand that the joy that I wanted to feel and that others felt dancing on the streets was made possible because someone else had bled and wept and fought for my freedom to do so, Madam President. It took learning and, more importantly, unlearning for me to see what we celebrate must not come at the cost of forgetting why we celebrate, Madam President. Madam President, before I proceed, I realize that sometimes we take things out of context. And I think by now my famous debut in the Senate is context is key. And in the other place, one of my colleagues indicated, or she was referencing rather, how if we're not taught something, then we do not know better, and the word illiterate or literacy was referenced. So, Madam President, before I proceed, I want to say, and I want us to understand that there is context to the word that I'm about to use. The American futurist Alvin Toffler once said, and that was over 50 years ago, the illiterate, and I'm quoting here, Madam President, with your permission, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I take that again, Madam President. The illiterate of the 21st century, and this was predicted 50 years ago, which is our century, will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. You see, Madam President, our generation and our people, we are not illiterate. We have always broken glass ceilings. We've always shattered them, Madam President. And I want our people and our young people to know that it's okay for us to unlearn and relearn, just like I did as it relates to the Rainbow City Festival and Emancipation Day, Madam President. And once we are able to do that, we will have a powerful nation. We'll have a generation that does not relate to this quote, Madam President. We can say this does not apply to us. You see, Madam President, this is what this amendment demands of us. To learn our history, to unlearn practices that dilute its significance, and to relearn how to honor our past with dignity, Madam President. Madam President, we love to play jab, and jab must play. Madam President, that's a fact. That is not a myth. That is not a question. But imagine this. What if we as a people, we understood the struggles and the sacrifices that gave us the privilege to play jab in the first place? Madam President, we would not just play jab for spectacle. We would play it with a different sense of pride and purpose, Madam President. Madam President, we would embody the resistance, the rebellion, and the raw cry for justice that Jab Jab represents, Madam President. Madam President, this is not about silencing our culture. This is not about silencing our festivities, but it is about elevating it, Madam President. Because if we really understand and internalize, then our festivities, our traditions, our regattas, our festivals, they will be elevated because our people will be enjoying it with a different sense of purpose and pride, Madam President. Madam President, let me put this very plainly. Why does the exact date matter? To say that Emancipation Day can float on any Monday in August is like saying, I was born on the first Monday of August, 1990 something. I'm very young. So my birthday will always be the first Monday, no matter the actual date. It sounds absurd, right? That's because it is very absurd, Madam President. Dates matter in history. They are not for convenience. They are there for commemoration. They anchor us in time, Madam President, and they preserve memory. They give us a shared moment to honor truth, Madam President. And so, yes, I've heard the senator, my honorable friend on the other side, speak about, Rainbow City and what will happen to these festivals. My response to this is very simple. It is now an opportunity. It is not just a festivity. It's an opportunity. An opportunity to revamp. An opportunity to reposition and to reimagine the festival. How about we incorporate education, storytelling, and community teaching into these festivities, Madam President, so that when we are celebrating and enjoying these festivities, our young people can understand why we are doing it, why today is important, and why it is significant, Madam President. Let's invite students to dramatize the lives of our ancestors, Madam President. Let artists paint their stories. Let our elders pass the knowledge, and let Rainbow City become not just a space for celebration, but of cultural reawakening. And I am not saying awakening, because I believe that we are culturally awake. But I believe that we need to be reawakened. You see, Madam President, I always strive when I come to this house to educate our young people, because I represent them first and foremost before anything else. And so I want our young people to understand why this bill matters to them. It may seem small in wording, but it is monumental in meaning, especially because our generation needs to understand the significance. So you see, by observing Emancipation Day on the exact date, August 1st, we educate our young people about the history with clarity and consistency. We are saying to our young people that we cannot fabricate truth, and we cannot fabricate history. Madam President, we're also teaching them to tell the truth. Because if we're saying that Emancipation Day is the first Monday of August, that is not true, Madam President. So are we saying as leaders to our young people that it's okay to fabricate the truth, which becomes historical? I think not, Madam President. You see, by doing this, our young people are able to foster a deep connection of identity and pride. They will understand where I come from. They will understand what it means to be a Grenadian, what it means to be of African descent, what it means to be a black person in today's society, and the significance, Madam President. This will also create opportunities for schools, churches, communities to align their teaching and commemorative events with a true historical timeline. In doing so, we're saying to our young people, our history matters. We show them that their roots matter. Madam President, there's a song that says, if you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going. And as Becky said, if we don't do this, we're going the wrong way, Madam President, and I stand by that. In conclusion, Madam President, I am here to say that by doing this, we are honoring our past. And Madam President, most importantly, we are empowering our future. You see, Madam President, when we correct the record, we correct mindset. When we correct mindset, we correct everything that comes after. This amendment is not taking away from a long weekend. Yes, we all love a long weekend. But, Madam President, it's about giving dignity to a longer legacy. Longer than any weekend that we can have, Madam President. We owe it to our ancestors to honor the date they were declared free. We owe it to them to honor the day where they saw themselves as humans, Madam President, we owe it to our children to teach them the cost of freedom. Madam President, we owe it to ourselves to carry the legacy forward, but not just forward, Madam President, with purpose. Madam President, and so I proudly stand here to lend my voice in support of the Bank Holiday Amendment Bill 2025, not just for the sake of the past, but for the promise of the future. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Francis, and I'm sure the youth of Grenada. Thank you for your advocacy for them and education toward them. I thank you. And I'll always remember you're from St. Patrick's, living in St. George's. As I pass the floor, I believe Senator Andre Lewis. Senator Andre Lewis, you have the floor, sir. Labour leader in the Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I, too, wish to pay tribute to and recognize the activity that took place 1 year ago today. And more than that, to make the continued call for all of us that can continue to do something to assist the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique and all others who are impacted to recover from the negative impact, bearing in mind that it is not only physical, but the psychosocial and other impact that it had on those who experience it. And our considerations and solidarity goes out to them. Madam President, my colleague on the other side was about to, well, he put on the light and he was about to wrap up. That was okay because this is just obvious, this amendment. It is the right thing to do. There are three different sides of the discussion. The aspect of a date, the aspect of an observation of a day, and to be quite frank, you can observe a date or a day without without doing it on a particular date itself. However, what makes the difference? We must elevate the importance of the issues that we are dealing with. And certainly Emancipation Day, in my view, qualifies to be observed whether it is 12 midnight, whether it is 1 a.m., whether there is a new name given to the 1st of August. On that particular day, that is when the observation should be. So I'm making a point that, because we need to be careful, in our enthusiasm to highlight the need to observe Emancipation Day on August the 1st, by making broad statements that we cannot or ought not to observe a date or a day on another day. Because you can have an observance, because in doing those things, a number of factors, as my colleague on the other side say, context is key. Context is key. There's a number of factors that will normally go into play as the impact on different activities, when you want something to fall, etc. But certainly, and therefore, I do not wish to discuss August the 1st in these broad terms. For me, it is just straight. August the 1st is significant enough for us to celebrate it on August the 1st. Having said that, it is also important to spend some time by understanding and appreciation the circumstances where we are today, where we were, and I'm saying we, because it will not be enough for us to just move to August the 1st as D-Day without making the necessary changes and doing what is required to give significance to the date. So, and all of us collectively as a nation have that responsibility, but the state, as a leadership in this case, has a responsibility to ensure that the activities on that day, from nationally, are designed in such a way to give significance to that day. And I am making a request here that whatever activities, because there can be, and I'm expecting that there will be activities leading up to August the 1st. Because August the 1st is a culmination of, or the declaration, the legal, where the abolition of slavery was legally declared. But we must recognize that it took years of struggles, loss of lives, right? The rooting up of our people from one part of the world, our continent, the continent of Africa, right? So we need to have activities to remember those things. However, on August the 1st, I'm making a request that the culmination of these activities be held in St. Andrew. August the 1st, the national celebration. I know we have an issue that, you know, there are certain parts of our countries that certain national activities take place. But given the fact that rainbow festivals, the other different festivals, the flambeau, and as we hear, I think it is important to pause for a moment to recognize the important role that CEDU played in bringing certain awareness around the August period, and the role that, and I am sure that my colleague, and for those who went before, I may not mention the name, but in my brief engagement, colleagues like current Ambassador to Cuba, Comrade Glenwell, Ali Gill, Curtis Jacob, Prosper Antoine, may his soul rest in peace, he's no longer with us. Yeah, it's Anthony Prosper, Anthony Prosper, my apologies. Anthony Prosper and, Peter Antoine. So that is why I said this. Yes. And all of the other people played, I just highlight these, played in helping to bring about certain awareness. Because yes, although Rainbow City Festival took place on the weekend leading up to the first Monday, and emancipation was spoken about, observation of emancipation, but at least the activities like the Flambeau March from Simone, the different other cultural activities, played a role in remembering or giving significance to the struggle of our African ancestors and our people. So I think it is important that the culmination of that activity be held in St. Andrew. It can be in the Market Square, it can be in the Grenville bus terminus, yes? Something that is well put together, something that is properly produced, because we want on that day, the responsibility is big on us now. Because we are holding it on August the 1st, we have to ensure that whatever we do is at a particular standard. And therefore it must be properly produced, properly organized, as we give significance. And as we speak, colleagues, as we speak about the nostalgic struggles and remembrance, and as we display how much we remember the written history, it is important for us and the different institutions to pay homage to things like the drums. Because there are some institutions that still today see the drum as something that is not good. I don't want to go into that realm and mention certain names of institutions that sees that. But things to do with our Africanness. And as we speak here of August the 1st, and as we mention the other countries and other places, we must recognize and pay tribute to Haiti as the first country in our hemisphere to have ruthlessly, well, I shouldn't say ruthlessly, but heroically ended slavery, and they took it onto themselves. And that is why today Haiti is suffering the way that it is suffering. And those of us, even in these halls, who are blaming the problems in Haiti on the African religion and the African belief, we have to stop it. And we cannot speak about the importance of August the 1st as a significant date and moving that date without broadening the scope of those discussions. Haiti is suffering today because they have done in a broader way what we are trying to do today, recognizing the first. Because they took it upon themselves to confront the colonizers. And it is time that we get rid of the king and queen in terms of mentioning them, which is a separate discussion. But we can't continue to be bowing down to them and mentioning them when they are the ones that colonize us. And as we speak about African Liberation Day today, or Emancipation Day, sorry. Yes, because they're intertwined. African Liberation Day and Emancipation Day, because part of our diaspora, part of our people. Right? I know the time has come, as in everything else, to make that move. So I pay tribute to Haiti today. And I pay tribute to the leaders of the Haitian Revolution. And I pay tribute to those who today, right, are struggling to survive from years and years of having to repay France, and we must call them out, for removing themselves in run from Haiti, and Haiti having to pay a debt for saying that what they have lost economically, when it was our land, our resources. And I'm making that appeal that to our people and our young people who are listening, do not look at Haiti and blame Haiti and say that it is voodoo. That's our African religion, our African culture. Right? So when we speak about the 1st of August, we also have to take into account this broader context. And to recognize that there is interrelation and interconnectivity between the struggle for our liberation in terms of slavery and the economics, right? Because as Black Wizard said in one of his songs, he said, I come back today. Remember, there are a number of these companies in our hemisphere and in Grenada that has a legacy of our colonial masters. Right? He mentioned the names. And we have to keep our ears and eyes aware and open, because slavery was used to enrich the colonizers. Slavery was used to enrich the colonizers. I'm absolutely certain I would not have been a slave. I may have been enslaved, but I would not have. In other words, and it is right to rebel. It is right to rebel. It is right to rebel. And the slave was used as an economic slave trade, and the use of our ancestors was used as a means, because they were used as machines to work, right? To enrich, to ship our sugar cane and our cotton, to plant it. And these are the discussions that we need to have so we can understand the connections. And if we are able to understand that, to have those discussions, then we'll be able to understand that the road to liberation and the road to emancipation, because it continues. Because as we said, and it's good to see that colleagues are quoting Bob Marley today, it's another sign of the progress that we are making. Because people like Bob Marley, the Rastafarian movement that has led in many of these discussions, were marginalized. But we have come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. And the ice green and gold, I see you wear it today, Madam President, not just today, but there's significance in it. There's significance in it, all right? There's significance in it in terms of our Africanness, yes? Because it is intertwined. It is intertwined, so we owe it to our ancestors, we owe it to us today to have made that link and come forward and to ask what could we do or what could we continue to do. And when next we celebrate, if it is this year, as it will be on the 1st, I know it is a short time, but to give the undertaking that we will improve on the quality or the content of that which has been done for August the 1st. Because, as I said, you can have an observance of a date, or you can have it on the same date, but if the content is not changed, there's quality. The issue of quality is important. The issue of quality is important. What do we do? As I said, we look towards substance over hype, the date. Yes, so Madam President, for me, this is absolutely straight. The first section, the day observance of Emancipation Day on August the 1st, absolutely. It is the right thing to do. It is the correct thing to do. The other activities that we must not turn a blind eye to, and I do not expect a blind eye will be turned to it, is that for the people of St. Andrew, who would normally have some economic activities, because the activities that took place around the observance of Emancipation Day, so let me make that point. It's not Emancipation Day, but the observance of Emancipation Day had some positive spill-off. Yes, it required some reimagining and more content. One recall when it just started, how it was a major activity. The streets of Grenville used to be filled, right? There were hardly any elbow room. But you know, as in most things in our society, consumerism has taken the lead. In other words, it's part of the process of capitalism. Let's be quite frank. Part of the process of capitalism where everything is now commercialized. And the businesses, and here I'm speaking not just the established business when people see an opportunity to make money, and those of us who are placed in leadership position, therefore we have a responsibility to ensure that the quality and objective is not changed. Because when it started, and I used to be there. I'm from St. Andrew, and whether or not I'm from St. Andrew, I would have been there. Right? One doesn't speak about most of those things many times, but I've been around. And I remember the quality. I remember looking forward to going to the market, right? To listen on the stage and see the different culture and see the different villages from St. Andrew and the Queens. And as a matter of fact, if I may say, one felt more proud to observe these Queen contestants than our National Queen Show. Because our National Queen Show, to me, didn't have anything much to do with our culture. Sorry, not as an apology, but I know my colleague on the other side in terms of Senator Adrian, who has been deeply involved in a number of those things. I'm not sure that, I don't think he'll be upset with me, but just in the event there is. Probably, you know, I speak on those things sometimes. And probably I am now into the mode because last night, Senator Roderick and I spoke. And, you know, Senator Roderick, in a way, last night it went back to how many years of discussing, right? Because I'll speak about it because he introduced it. A few nights ago, it was a few nights ago when tribute was paid to former Prime Minister George Brizan in Bolio. And we were there, and he mentioned to me that, you know, you have to go down to the office the next day or so and print out and prepare for the Parliament today. And I'm like, well, what am I missing? Because the two bills I saw, right? I said, well, we shouldn't be here for the night. Right? But then again, I remember it's Roderick, you know what I mean? That was exciting. So, and in speaking about that last night, because I called him, because one has been on the road doing a number of things, and I said, look, I need to ensure that I nail down for this discussion today. Because I might be missing something, so I called him and asked him if I'm missing some documents. Only to realize that I was not missing any document. And this year should be just as straightforward. Yes, we support. I know that there will be the politicking because, I mean, there's the politics of the day. The other side, I mean, but I'm hopeful that so far they would not turn it into political bashing because I think the day is too important. The day is too important. The discussion on the day is too important to turn it into the usual partisan politics. The road that we walk. I'm making that appeal. Right? The praise will be given anyhow. The sitting administration of the day is on their watch it as coming. But we can do that. We can do that by having a genuine and open discussion on the importance of the day itself, what it has meant and what it means and what it will mean going forward. Yes? and that is extremely significant. And yes, as I was saying, there were these ancillary activities that I am hoping that the state and all of us will give thought to as to what can be done to incorporate and give people that opportunity. Those in St. Andrew and elsewhere who around that time had an opportunity to be involved in some economic activities. What can be looked at? Yes. So having said these words, Madam President, it is certainly an important moment to not just for me to recognize the 1st, because to be quite frank, I've always known that August the 1st is Emancipation Day. So that is nothing new. What we are doing now is not recognizing it and seeing how we are observing the activities on the 1st. So whether it falls on a Sunday, whether it falls on a Saturday, whether it falls in the night, we will observe it. That's the significance of it, right? But at the same time, as we make that material change in observance, let us commit ourselves to the ongoing struggle for the liberation of our people. And part of that struggle and part of that observation and observance has to do with the way we carry ourselves in a dignified way as a black people. And in that context, if I had to advise certain officials in Grenada, when the descendants of the slave owners came to Grenada, right, who undertake to make some paltry reparative payment, there are certain officers in this country, officers that I would not have gone to the trade center. Our Lord, if I had to advise them. Because we speak about the 1st, now I'm going to say so publicly. Are you following me? There's pride and dignity. Yes? And there are certain officers, in my view, that must not bow down a cow to or appear, right, to be all happy and glad. You can have other ministers, other positions doing that. Because part of our liberation and part of taking who we are is a pride and dignity. And therefore, we must not give the appearance that at first sign off, or when someone jump up and say, right? Because remember, they used to give us trinkets, eh? But, well, certainly, the Aboriginals that I met here, they used to give them trinkets. But it's part of the same issue of how certain people look down on other races. Yeah, but they did that too, because even when they went on the West Coast, it's a standard thing. Even when they brought gas beans and they brought other things that they have in this part of the world to our shows, although we had more advanced or technology or everything was much more advanced, right? Which are different discussions. And these are discussions I look forward to from time to time here, right? But this, the 1st, has given us this opportunity to recommit ourselves and to do so with pride. And as we engage our African continent in terms of our trade and our cultural exchanges, let us not make the mistake. It is not all African leaders that qualifies, in my view, to be placed on a pedestal because they are from Africa. Right? It's not because everybody is from the countries that we all knew as progressive countries or liberation countries. Not because they are leaders. I'm just making a broad, and in this context, I wish to salute Captain Ibrahim Traoré for what he has done and what he continues to do for the African people and for us and for the underprivileged. Because make no doubt about it, our struggles in all parts of the world, and certainly in Grenada, is influenced by what happens globally. And one can feel the change in the mood. And looking up to Captain Comandante Traoré and the other African leaders who continues to speak out and who will not be silenced. Who will not be silenced. As the same struggles our brothers and sisters in Haiti enjoyed. I'm calling for an end to the war, the killings in Gaza. I'm calling for an end to all the senseless killing in Africa. I'm calling for an end, because it is all part of the economics, eh? because our great Malcolm X, whose mom is from Ladig, it is he who observed that after speaking to Commandante Fidel and others, and Fidel in particular, after coming from prison, that it was not just a case of struggles of race or color, but it was across the board. I know we have to take small bites. But we have to be prepared that part of our liberation struggle is not just about race. Not about race. After the first came out of that. Yes? But it's the economics colleagues. And therefore I give my full support. You know, I wish that we could have just come here and just say yes and go. And that would have been a powerful statement. All of us just come here and say yes and go, but I understand that you have to give context. And I understand that the population is listening and young people is listening, and therefore this is an opportunity for us to speak so that they can research and read further the struggles of our people. And it is in the same context, that I, because the first is just the acceptance legally. Slavery is abolished. Although the practice continued, so even today, the aspect of certain parts of the world, that still happens. So I call for the complete freedom of all people, the recognition of all people, the recognition of all human beings. But there's absolutely nothing wrong. And if there's a generation or there's a race of people, or there's a class of people who has been marginalized, for calling out for them to be recognized. And therefore, August the 1st represents a significant date for us to recommit ourselves. And Senator Quince, as a brethren who, and I guess, Madam President, you'll permit me just to probably use that word, and I say brethren, you know what I mean? Because today's the first, well, today's not the first, but we speak about Africanness. As someone who I am sure may have observed certain challenges, because I see the style, not the style, the life, and I know I know it is. And I've observed you over the years, your commitment to culture, your commitment to be, I mean, I see you're blowing up the shelves, you're drumming, yes? Because these are the things that we grew up with in Ladig, right? LCYC, Ladig Coles Youth Club, right? That all the cultural activities, the drums, the goatskin drums, and speaking about Africa. And that's what we did on the blocks. I grew up in a period when what we spoke about on the blocks were those things. Madam President, I don't want to continue much longer. I can go on because it's something that evokes that spirit of resistance and that spirit of what one will call the fight for progress. Fight for progress. Yes, I support wholeheartedly the observance of that day on the date itself. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Thank you. The spirit is evoked in you. Thank you for connecting, making all the connections past history of Haiti today, the suffering of humanity. And I offer the floor to the senator from Sunset State, Sunset Parish. Senator Quince Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Morning, Madam President, and good morning to everyone in the chamber, all the staff, those listening online. And I too, Madam President, would just like to join with the sentiments expressed earlier in expressing our sympathies with those who have lost their life 1 year ago. It was a very painful experience for myself as well. Having not been on island, it was very, very difficult trying to connect with family members and friends. Being in New York myself and a couple other ministers, we never thought that, you know, we were going to experience a hurricane outside of the country. And let me also express my profound gratitude, and because I ask myself that question ever so often, because the Minister of Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs, Honorable Tevin Andrews, he was there on that weekend with us, and I don't know if it was divine intervention that on that morning he left and came back down. I don't know what or who, you know, tell him you have to be with the people. And every time I say I had to ask him, and I keep saying that to other people, I must ask the Honorable Minister what caused him to be there. Because we were monitoring it and not, you know, thinking that it was going to happen so quickly. So I salute him 100%, yeah. And I'm seeing that, you know, from back then to now, they have made significant progress. And I know they would continue to make more progress because they have a government that would support them right throughout in the recovery state, Madam President. That being said, Madam President, I also stand to give support to the holiday amendment bill and the bank holiday amendment bill. And I don't have to reiterate what was said, or my colleagues quite eloquently explained and gave reasons for supporting. And I too join with some of the sentiments that it happened. The act was passed in the British Parliament 191 years ago. That's 1834, but it only came into act 4 years later. That's 187 years ago. So it's always, Madam President, you know, when you reflect on what our ancestors had to go through, it relieves that kind of painful memory, knowing, you know, well, understanding what they had to go through from the transatlantic slave trade from West Africa coming over here. And for years, you know, the colonizers, they tried to keep us in a particular way. Hence the reason, Madam President, I don't try to be defiant, but it's part of my culture. No colonizer shouldn't say who we should be. We should look a particular way. Is there a reason why I sport a dreadlock hairstyle? It's not that you have to tell me that I have to shave my hair and whatnot. And if you want to chastise me for that, so be it. You know, we wear piercings as part of our rich cultural heritage as the same. Back in the days, rather than when you go to a courthouse, the magistrate will tell you that you have to remove your piercings and those kind of things. Well, thank God I don't have to go to court. But, Madam President, so I, you know, join in the observance of August 1st. So it doesn't matter which day it is. And I think, as my colleague Senator put it quite eloquently, that it's an opportunity for us to reimagine on how the purpose of what it is that we really celebrating or observing, Madam President. And it gives the opportunity to be even taught in schools why it is that, you know, we're celebrating emancipation. We can clearly see how people, you know, can be, when we say jab, and Jab represent that kind of ancestral thing with slavery and whatnot. And it's a different kind of spirit that is invoked in us. But I think if our people get to understand even deeper, have a deeper sense of appreciation as to why we do what it is that we do, it can make a big difference, Madam President. So I encourage other members to support, and you have my unequivocal support to the leader of government business, Madam President. I thank you.
Senator Quince, I thank you. I thank you very much, Senator Quince Britton. And I offer the floor to Senator Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Just have a little bit of space. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So, this day brings back memories of Beryl as if it were 2 weeks ago, 2 days after I was in Carriacou, trying to see what we could do from the business community and from the Islamic Foundation to bring relief, basic necessities that people need in a time of emergency: water, food, clear the roads, and so forth. And you don't have to be in government to do good deeds. You don't have to be in government to serve your fellow man. You just have to want to do it and to get up. And so, we do not know what will happen tomorrow. We do not know what will happen by the end of today. But what we do know is what we believe and how we react to what happens. There's a statement in my faith tradition in the Quran which says that do not think that you would say that you believe and you won't be tested. Even the prophets and those who were with them used to cry out, when will the help of God come? But verily the help of God is always near. So there's another statement which reads, after difficulty cometh ease. Verily, after difficulty cometh ease. And so we see that with the people of Carriacou. I would like to commend not only the government, but the Grenadian people for their response in aiding and assisting our brothers and sisters in Carriacou. And that sort of spirit is what makes us the human beings that we are. And I extend my sympathy to those who lost their lives. And in particular now, for this bill, this bank holidays bill, I fully support this bill. And why it is important to speak on this change, which may seem like a simple change, but it is not, it's a distinction. It is an opportunity for education and re-education. That's what this is. Millions of people, Madam President, lost their lives during the slave trade. Millions. Over decades and centuries. This was a wrong that was wrong from the first day when it started in small numbers. And when a wrong is left unchecked, the people who perpetrate the wrong, they take it often as a right to continue, because nobody's saying anything. Nobody's opposing. And this is one of the problems we have in humanity, that when it's not happening to us, and we don't get hurt from it, we say, well, you know, that is their problem. That's their problem. That's the people of Africa problem. Weren't there kingdoms and other governments that were powerful in those times when slavery took place? And there powerful governments now where 56,000 people have been slaughtered in Gaza? History repeats itself in different ways. So, Madam President, there are people today and yesterday who benefit from war. There are people who benefit from oppression. There are people who have benefited from the genocide of the American Indian and the genocide of the Caribs and Arawaks of our region. Madam President, there are those who benefited from slavery. Slavery was very profitable for some. And that is why the call for justice to pay for the wrongs is a just call. But yet today, after all these human rights and human rights charters and so on, and where we have seemed to advance in humanity, that call falls on deaf ears, in large part. Madam President, you think the people of South Africa would have had justice if they didn't rise up and fight for their rights? You think that the slave master would have woken up one morning and say, well, I think I've had enough of this slavery thing. Let me just let everybody go. If the slaves did not revolt, Madam President, how many times are you going to run away for them to catch you? And then for you to see your cousin or your uncle or your father being lynched? This was what the people went through. And so that is why changing the date to the correct date is important, distinctive. That is why it is important. Because it is not about fetting. It is not about fetting. Lest we forget what it is that those that came before us went through. It's not about drunkenness. Madam President, there are still effects of colonization upon us. Travel routes make it expensive to visit. To put it plainly, if a black man in the Caribbean wants to visit another black man in Africa, very expensive, prohibitive. Or passports. Depends on where you're from. A lot of access or very limited access. You have to get visas to go everywhere. That is if you get a visa in the first place. And that has economic implications. Your currency, the devaluation of your currency. Madam President, do you know that the third largest holder of gold in the world, a European country, does not have 1 ounce of gold in that country? Where it come from? The cost of financing. In what they call the first world, you could walk into a bank and open an account in 5 minutes. The only thing they don't ask you for here is your blood type. Yet. So, we have a long way to go. Access to education. We have a long way to go. But, Madam President, and yet we see that leaders in Africa in the past who speak up and try to change their own condition have been assassinated. Yet we see that the current leader today, 18 attempts at least have been made on his life. And my colleague mentioned him. 18 attempts. Who wants to? Why is it that some people want a leader of a country dead when he's doing so much good for his people and his people love him so much? But we have to understand what world we live in, Madam President. We don't have anything against anyone. As a matter of fact, we don't hate anyone. We hate the act. And if the act is wrong, we call it out. And if they stop doing the act when there's nothing to hate. So, Madam President, I'd like to suggest a few things. That how we dress on August 1st, that should be encouraged, that cultural representations on that day of dress should be represented. I would like to suggest that even in Parliament next year, the closest sitting to that date, that we respect this house and we have formal wear, but we have cultural wear, and not remnants of colonialism. That is part of the educational process. In addition, Madam President, I would like to suggest that during the month of July, essays in primary schools should be written on the subject, what does emancipation mean to you? Essays should be written in primary school across the country, length and breadth of the country, on this subject, what does emancipation mean to you? And finally, Madam President, a catalyst for economic activity, because in order to change our circumstance, we have to have the resources to do so. So I would like to submit for the consideration of our leaders in CARICOM, and if in fact we do find oil and gas in commercial quantities, that I make this suggestion and appeal that 1% of the value of oil and gas sold in every territory that has it, from Suriname, Guyana, God willing, Grenada, Trinidad, and so forth, that we use 1% towards developing new trade routes for the Caribbean and a stronger trade route connection, meaning ships moving with goods from the African continent to the Caribbean region. I would like to suggest this to the leaders to put their money where their mouth is. 1%, it is not going to make us poorer. But if we start a fund similar to the CARICOM fund, but for this very purpose of developing trade within the region, I think we would be able to do something symbolic that would be able to push this opportunity for trade between the African continent and the Caribbean, so that we, together with like minds, we can grow and develop our nations. Madam President, I thank you and I fully support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. Thank you for your suggestions and your specific one on cultural wear. There is a day, I think, already nationally around that, but your suggestion is well received. I offer the floor to Senator Claudette Joseph. Claudette Joseph, Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and good day to all colleagues of this Honorable House and to persons listening to these proceedings, wherever you are. I join with everyone here in this honorable house in recalling the dreadful day 1 year ago today when Hurricane Beryl struck our beloved country and devastated our sister islands of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and the northern part of Grenada. I commend the resourcefulness and resilience of the people in our recovery efforts, and particularly I commend and indeed celebrate the leadership that we've had in these months since the hurricane, from the day the hurricane struck to today. And I think all things being said, if we are to be brutally honest with ourselves, we would all agree that the recovery efforts and the rebuilding efforts so far have been nothing short of remarkable and commendable, especially when we compare it with the most recent example we had, or we have, in what happened after Hurricane Ivan. So I say the struggle continues. We continue to forge on, to rebuild, and to be better prepared for future climate events in the modes by which we recover and rebuild. We ensure that we are stronger the next time another such event occurs. Madam President, I rise to give my unreserved and indeed elated support for the bill before this honorable house. Madam President, this act being debated today, and which from all of the presentations so far indicate that it will be passed into law without objection, is another step, Madam President, in our ongoing process of emancipation from slavery. Emancipation Day, August 1st, 1838, was not just a day. Emancipation was not just an act. Emancipation is a process. And to borrow my comrade, Senator Andrews, David Andrews' words, it's a process that must be intentional, deliberate, and to that I will add, unrelenting. Madam President, we are all here students of history, and we know that from the beginning there was resistance on both sides. Resistance from the enslavers and resistance and revolt from the enslaved. So it was a battle from day one. And the powers that be in that period, for the most part, sided with the enslavers and gave them everything they asked for, and basically gave the enslaved, our ancestors, nothing. And I will explain why I say nothing. The abolition of the slave trade happened on August 1st, 1834. by an act of the British Parliament, the Slavery Abolition Act, 1833. And from inception, this was not a willing act. There was a robust debate in the British Parliament against the Slavery Abolition Act. And certain persons, such as Granville Williams, stood out. But there was a robust debate and a lot of lobbying, to the extent that while the act was passed in 1833 and came into effect in 1834, the enslavers were given grace in that there was a period of apprenticeship under which the former slaves were forced to work for their former masters up until 1838 for free, in return for which they said they would provide provisions, clothing, food, and lodging. And the argument was that the slave had to be acclimatized and prepared and trained for freedom. Which human being needs training for freedom? To enjoy the state, the natural state in which God created all of us, and which they had and were taken from them. So that's the first thing the colonial masters did. Then they arranged for immediate reparations for the former slave owners, the value of which today would be in excess of $20 billion. The slaves and all the preparation the former slaves had during the apprenticeship period, no aspect of that concerned any form of reparation, any form of cash in hand, any form of property, and nothing. So the apprenticeship period between 1834 and 1838 was just another means to continue slavery. And even during that period, our ancestors had to fight to say, we don't need no apprenticeship period. We don't need no period of acclimatization. We want our freedom now. And there were protests and revolts, Trinidad and Barbados and most of the other islands, during the apprenticeship period. So it was a fight from day one. And after that, even after apprenticeship ended and employment of the former slaves on the plantations continued, and the Indians were added as indentured servants. But you just have to read George Brizan's Island of Conflict or any West Indian history book to tell you that the conditions after slavery remained the same, essentially the same, until as late as the 1950s. That's during some of the lifetime of some people in here. The 1950, when in the case of Grenada, people like Sir Eric Gairy came on the scene. Madam President, Senator Sylville Francis described the day on which emancipation has been so far celebrated, the first Monday in August, as a historic oversight. It wasn't that. It was not a historic oversight. It was deliberate. Because remember, until up to 1967, thereabout, when we became an associated state, our legislature was controlled by our former colonial masters. Even the local people who entered the legislature were mainly of the planter class, the former slave owners and their descendants. Most of us grew up knowing the August holiday not as Emancipation Day, but as August Monday. It wasn't even called Emancipation Day. It was August Monday. I was looking, but I could not find the original amendment. But I am pretty sure that the current wording in the legislation that says shall be known and referred to as Emancipation Day was a fairly recent amendment. If I would take a guess, it probably happened during the Revolution. I've just taken a guess based on the fact that it was quite a progressive government then. So it was not even recognized as emancipation. The attempt by those who continued to own, colonize our country, what's now our country, and those whose ancestors owned our ancestors as chattel property to be traded, sold, and bought at will. The way they recorded what should have been emancipation in our legislation was to commemorate it on a day, which it was not, and I fully agree with my colleague senators here, Civil Francis and Andre Lewis, in saying this is a day that is so significant that must be commemorated on the actual day so that we know our history. We know our history so well that we make sure it is never, ever repeated, and that when we are gone, we leave that legacy and understanding for all generations that will follow us, that they will know their history, and that they will know that it must never, ever happen. And whenever in future there's any semblance, it is crushed. It is crushed as immediately and decisively as Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henry Christophe, Daniel McCandless, and Toussaint Louverture dealt with the colonizers in Haiti. That is how our future generations should treat with any semblance. And when we recognize and record our history properly, we ensure that those who come after us are saved from possibly having to endure. Because we can't say it will never happen again. If we sit back and we become complacent and we take for granted the freedoms we now enjoy, it may well happen again. Because it was all about money and power and economics. And human beings are the same today as they were then. So we have to continue to engage in this process of emancipation. If you check our history, it's a long, incremental process, and at some point I would say, Madam President, that we became laid back, complacent, and took our freedoms that we enjoy now for granted, which is why for so many years, Emancipation Day was incorrectly recorded in our laws and celebrated. And I would make a confession similar to what Senator Francis made. Growing up, I always wondered, why is it that a day such as Emancipation is not a public holiday? It is not recognized, it is not celebrated. And never quite understood what the August Monday holiday was all about. Never quite understood. And I don't think the powers that be then intended for it to be commemorated as emancipation. I think somewhere along the lines, the consciousness of our leaders and legislators were awakened, and they realized that we had to celebrate, we had to commemorate the emancipation of our ancestors, and the August holiday was there, and it was close. So we are righting today a historic wrong. And for me, I never saw August Monday as Emancipation Day, because as a student of history, I know emancipation is August 1st. And we did nothing really that elevated and commemorated the day as emancipation and highlighted the day. While we had these festivals, we had the regatta, we had Rainbow City, and we all go out and we enjoyed as part of our Grenadian culture, there was not sufficient linkage to emancipation from slavery when we were chattels in those celebrations. It is only in the last, I would say, maybe 25, 30 years, when we had a concerted effort by people such as those named by Senator Lewis, Glenn Noel and the Sedu Group, and a group called Institute for People's Enlightenment. That was Peter Antwine, Anthony Prosper, yes, Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell was an active member of the Institute for People's Enlightenment. Ali Gill, K. Julian Gutu. These are the people who really started and drove what we now know. We have a little ceremony happening at midday at the Market Square. I usually attend. You usually have to, on August 1st, usually have to leave work, rush down there during your lunchtime. You have a few guys drumming, the Independence Proclamation is read, whatnot. So we had, over the years, the thing had become so watered down, and then there were just a few conscious people trying to keep it alive. So I agree with you, Senator Lewis, that in addition to making this step that we are making very important to me, emancipation is as important as independence, February 7th. It's as important. And so, as government, we appreciate that we have to get to the point where we not only commemorate emancipation on the proper day, but to commemorate emancipation properly, so that our generation, our young people and those that come after us understand what this day is all about. It is the day after 13 million Africans died crossing the Atlantic. 13 million. And an estimated million who were enslaved on August 1st, 1838, gained their freedom. A million. There were a million slaves in the British West Indies, estimated, on August 1st, 1838. Think about that. And won their freedom, earned their freedom. And our process of emancipation still continues, and that is why, Madam President, shortly we will come to this Honorable House with another piece of legislation that will abolish the need for all of us in here to swear allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, when we take office. And to my mind, that one, just as this, is an obvious one and a no-brainer. And there should be frankly, no demur to this legislation. There should be, frankly, none. Because we all know it. And if we didn't know it, those of us who didn't know it should go back and check our history and the various attempts at constitutional reform going back to 1985 with the commission led by, I think it was Justice Liverpool and Mr. Bristol, and that commission, that Constitution Reform Commission. From then, that was what, about 5, 6 years after we got independence? And in all the record of consultations, the people of Grenada from since then was saying, we don't want to swear allegiance to our former colonial masters who presided over our rule and the enslavement of our ancestors. So when you're talking consultation, the consultation record is there from 1985 up to the last attempt at referendum. So we are going to be coming back to this Honorable House and looking forward to the full support of all members of the House as we take another incremental and unrelenting step towards full emancipation when we remove the need for us to swear allegiance to our former colonizers. So, Madam President, I commend this bill to this Honorable House, and I would here place on record my delight. I never thought, as a young student of history, wondering, why isn't August 1st a public holiday? It's emancipation. Why is it not a public holiday? I never thought I would be so intricately involved in making history and righting this wrong. And I am pleased, as are all members of the drafting unit of the Attorney General's chambers, to have had oversight of drafting this very simple, straightforward legislative amendment, but also exceedingly significant and impactful. So I commend the amendment to the Bank Holidays Act to this Honorable House, and I think when the bill is passed, we should all applaud. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Joseph, Attorney General. And first a correction and then a salutation. Not so much a correction, but just a reminder that in my lifetime, the Constitutional Committee, or the Committee to Review the Constitution of Grenada, was set up in 1983. Yes, I can tell you the 3 members.
I was thinking of the post.
Yes, after 83,
attempts.
yes. But what happened in 85 was a result of the formation in 83. And the 3 members set up by the then Prime Minister. You could give you a minute's history here. It was discussed within the revolution for some time, but on a visit to the State Department of the United States, Prime Minister Maurice Bishop, in conversation with the Deputy Secretary of State, when pressed, what was Grenada doing to hold election, Prime Minister revealed that this commission had been established and was going to be announced in October of 83. But this was June when he was asked the question. He said it's constituted and it's forthcoming. And it was constituted with Alan Alexander, attorney from Trinidad and Tobago, Ashley Taylor, attorney from Grenada, and Merle Collins, a young Latin American studies student from Georgetown University, she was at the time, and a budding intellectual in Grenada thinker. And those were the three persons. And after the disaster of '83, this committee of three was disbanded, but the idea rolled over with new members. I also want to quickly say that women in slavery suffered a unique and particular disadvantage, both as slaves, enslaved people, and as women. And so it's an act of justice that women in the chamber of the Attorney General, led by a woman Attorney General, would write that piece of legislation. So remember that, women of Grenada, that the position of complete subservience that was held by women for their gender was now in some measure removed or invalidated by the writing of this new legislation by women. Thank you very much. Other contributions? I see the request for the floor from, I think, our penultimate speaker, possibly. Senator Roderick St. Clair, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Wow. Senator Lewis said it was a very short discussion, and it's a very short bill. We have seen longer bills here. I am very worried. You said it was a short. Sit down. Okay, I will sit down. Can sit down. Senator Cox can sit down. So, Madam President, I stand also with everyone before to recognize, firstly, the July 1st event of Hurricane Beryl. Around now, we'd have all have been in the heat of it, or in the wet of it, in the storm of it, and hoping for the best. It's not a good sight, having been myself through Hurricane Ivan, through Hurricane Emily, and of course, Hurricane Beryl. And for all who have been able to rise and stand up and be resilient. Our trees, you can see they naturally are coming back, notwithstanding the struggles. Of course, we know that many others are still trying to recoup in the different ways. We continue to ask God to bless us and give us strength as we rebuild, and pray that we have a milder period this year and the next few years, such that we can be able to recover and be able to implement better ways of living, of food security, of our own survival techniques. With this said, Madam President, I rise also to speak on the bill in front of us, the Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2025. I realize that there was also a small window to go into this oath of allegiance. The window was open, but I would not really go in the window right now because the window seems to have some tint on it still, so I cannot see through it properly. Notwithstanding all of this, Madam President, what is before us here today is a matter of, I keep hearing about Emancipation Day and Emancipation Day on August 1st. And I like to look at the basics to start. We speak of the Bank Holidays Amendment. So the question is, what really is the objective? What really are we looking at? And by definition, on the Bank Holiday Act, Chapter 25, it defines the bank holiday, not the definition, but it says here the act, the purpose and that is the original act. He speaks about an act to make provisions for bank holidays and respecting obligations to make payments and do other acts on banking holidays. I think we need to put this in context, because what we are saying here is that a bank holiday is a day in which banks will be closed. They will not have any transactions taking place, as we would know legally. If you owe someone and you have to pay by the 31st, and that day is the bank holiday, then it means the next day is your legal obligation, and you shouldn't have to worry if you miss that. And I think we need to also put that in context. It means, therefore, maybe from the business community, my good friend Senator Rahman, it means that in some cases, you may find that you have an extra day, or you may have a shorter day, depending on how the first falls. Is that correct? Correct. So I just sharing this to us from the economic standpoint of which you spoke. Madam President, before us here today, the amendment proposed reads, amendment of the schedule to the principal act. That's on the second page. It says, the first Monday in August, which shall be known and referred to as the Emancipation Holidays, and it will be substituted. So you're deleting that whole section and substitute it with the new version, the first day of August, which shall be known and referred to as Emancipation Day. So essentially, it is not the first Monday, as we normally know, August Monday. It is the first, August the 1st, whenever it falls. And this we have to respect, because history is history. We cannot say Christmas Day, December 25th, on which Jesus Christ was born. And of course, and that's why I go there, as my good friend Swiss Spain, that is not true. And that's his rights. That's his rights. But I wouldn't go there with you. The question can then be asked, if we make Christmas Day the 24th or the 20th, is that really the day? And so we know legally there was an act, as my good friend Senator Queen's Britain says, in 1834, thereabout 33, establishing that fact. So that is an international fact. What has taken us so long? And so last night, after discussion with Senator Lewis, I keep pondering whole night. The framers, our framers, what were in their mind then when this August, Monday, Tuesday came about? What was in their mind? Why they didn't use the August 1st? And I think our Lord Attorney General, in some way, gave some proposition which is plausible, because at the time we have to understand who were controlling the legislature. It was the same colonial masters through their own proxies and surrogates would have found ways for their own fun and frolic, not necessarily for that day. In fact, some persons would say back then maybe there was horse racing and all those other type of things taking place. And that's a whole economic activity for itself. Nothing around emancipation. And so, yes, this is welcome, and it's basically correct in history. But it means also, Madam President, a word to the wise is that we have a lot of history to correct. And I trust that we can continue to correct this history. But we must not go through it in pieces too much, because sometimes you lose the impact. In so doing, My good friend, Senator Francis, spoke about her experience with Rainbow City and this Rainbow City business. Of course, been around maybe a little bit longer. I would put on record that Rainbow City would have started somewhere in 1984. And that would have been created not because of emancipation. It was created, Madam President and members, because of the sheer need to revive economic activities for the business community in Grenville and St. Andrews. That is what it was about. Initiated by, we call a white person, if you want to call him colonialist. So maybe he was trying to emancipate us then, and we didn't understand. But emancipation had nothing to do with Rainbow City. It was about how a person like your mother, Ms. Williams, Ms. Benjamin, Mr. Buckmeyer, and the others, along with this gentleman, Jim, meeting in Ms. Sheila Place Welfare in Grenville and sitting down and plan and how to put a whole rainbow effect in Grenville and to create a whole celebration about crafts and art and get the business community to open on that day so that people can purchase not only the crafts and art and exhibition, but to create economic activity. All of this in light of the demise or the closure of the Pearls Airport because of another advancement in liberation, Brother Andre, of the Maurice Bishop International Airport. So you see, sometimes progress brings us into a way that we lose history. And so, who was documenting this thing? Who was showing this transition? That we are happy with the Maurice Bishop International Airport. He gave rise to Rainbow City event so that the business community in Grenville would not be in a diminished position. That is, you have the farmers, the agro-processors, the fishermen, all of those things. It wasn't nothing but emancipation. Vendors, people, nada about emancipation. So I show Miss Benjamin is alive, and I show she would contest to that was never the case. It had nothing to do with emancipation. It had to do with creating business for these persons, Samzin, and so on, to keep their livelihood. And so I raise this factor because as we make changes to things, the issue of context, impact, and implications are very important. And so, why is my good friend Senator Luis say, well, he wondered what I was reading? It's a lot. Because the question arises, what consultation were done, not just with the person involved in putting on the CEDU event in Grenville, the Rainbow City Festival, but the broader business community? And what is the impact? I'm not even speaking about Carrico because Senator Cox have that locked down on his side. So that we understand what this move is for them. And so I asked the question, what this Emancipation Day, emancipation activities will look like? Would there be one? And so, as I learned, interestingly, our good friends at CEDU, St. Andrews Development Organization, people have different views about them and have their different comments. And sometimes people criticize from the sidelines and fail to come forward, ask a lot of questions with no suggestions. As my good friend, Senator Luis said, what would this day look like? I want to inform this House at the same time that CEDU, as an organization, perhaps might be the only organization, maybe to start with, who've been marking and doing anything pertaining to this emancipation. Not the August, Monday, Tuesday business, the day of August 1st. Whether they go from pearls or they go from maki and so on with the torch and so on, marking as an organization. In fact, they also get some level of support from the Cultural Foundation and the government for that initiative, which means that it is recognized. And so when I heard Senator Louis speaks about where we will have this center of activities, I understand where he's coming from, because CEDU has already had some level of commitment there. It doesn't mean, though, that they automatically have to be given that at the same time. Prerogative. Because the historic St. Patrick's will say, but hold on, we have the slave pens in Hermitage, we have the slave pens in Monkridge, we have another, I don't know how you call it, but it's a big, deep iron structure right by Peggy Swim water plant there, deep down, another mark of our history. And I'm not even going to the Carib Stone and all of those other things. So, how do we incorporate all of these things? Where are all our sites connected to slavery and emancipation and all of those things? And not only about the slave part, because that whole emancipation is a process that up to today is not even finished. Is that finished? We are still tied up in different ways, particularly in the business and other sectors, in music and all of those things. And so when we speak about Indian arrival and all of these different things, our good friend Senator Rahman, with respect his ancestry, all of this is connected to that process. So it's not about the pains and suffering are only about the blacks from Africa, but we have to look at it in a broader context. And we have to look at it even today. How we treat with that imperialism from North America. If we want to speak about enslavement of the mind, and let us not fool ourselves, because we might be trying to move from one and we go into the other one. And how interdependent can we be and survive? And how far do we go? And I guess that's where allegiance comes in, which we say it's a shady door right now, we wouldn't go in. But, Madam President, what is interesting in this bill before us here today, very interesting, is that because the issue of bank holidays is connected with this 1st of August, which we also say is connected to this first Monday in August, which is usually connected to the Rainbow City Festival. If we go and we take a look, Brother Louis, at the Festivals Act, the Festivals Act, Madam President, 262A. Right? If we take a look at that, we will discover on page 10 it is a reference to Rainbow City. Because in fact, in that act, it speaks about different festivals. And the Rainbow City is referred to as a grand festival. And also the Carriacou Regatta is also referred to as a grand festival. And then there are subsidiary legislations connected with these two. So for Rainbow City, there is a whole series of things, fees and what it involves, and this is very important. I want to just read this, because we understand that whilst we are trying to address this issue, we have a shortfall on the other side. So on page 10 it is, of the page 10. Make sure. Page 10, it's supposed to be page 10. one sec. I had it. It's a definition. Just permit me. Right, okay. Page 10. So it is clause 4. Sorry, clause 2. Under the subsidiary legislation pertaining to Rainbow City. And it says here, basically a definition, Rainbow City Festival is a public festival known as a grand festival under the Act held at Grenville St. Andrews during and around the time referred to in the Bank Holidays Act, Chapter 25, as Emancipation Day. Oh. My good friend Dr. Alexis may find some explanation to tell me, well, it's the same thing. Because it means, therefore, that if the first is today, which is Tuesday, the next first Monday is almost 6 days. It's almost a week. So around emancipation, to me, is not reasonable time, Senator Lewis. It's how far is that? And so I am wondering whether or not there need to be some adjustment to this act in terms of the definition of Rainbow City Festival, notwithstanding that they would not use that Monday because it doesn't exist, and they will use the Sunday as part of the activity, and the first, which is Emancipation Day, is a no-fly zone because you cannot have nothing else connected to that. I would have liked to see, Madam President, in cleaning this up and bring it clean to emancipate the whole thing, that this be adjusted with a similar adjustment. I think it may involve some rewarding, because Sunday is already a holiday, and there's nothing really you can do about it. So I want to suggest to the honorable councils on the other side to look at that, to keep consistency. At the same time, Senator Lewis brought a very important point. He used the word quality, and as a student of quality myself, it means specification, it means definition of things, outlining what constitutes. And in the Public Festivals Act, all the activities connecting to regulations, whether you could sell beer after 12, the music, fees, everything is defined in this act. And that's a grand festival. That's not a public holiday, national holiday. The regatta is defined. And so I have difficulties, Madam President, in us not understanding what this Emancipation Day will contain. We do expect it to be only the shambo and the light and those things and the drums. So Senator Lewis' expectation is much bigger. It's a national event. It's a national holiday of significance. And I believe that the proposers of this bill should have come to us with some amendment to the Public Festivals Act and some definitions explanatory definition as to what this Emancipation Day will look like. Such that the question would be, do I have 2 Ramona crews, 3 Ecstasy crews, some job in Sotez, and regatta still going on maybe on the day, because it's a day. I mean, it had to be bank holiday for both to race. What this day is? Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Please yield to Leader of Government Business.
Well, I want to know the point.
We'll come back
No,
to
I'm just taking some clarification, Madam President. I'm lost in the discussion. I really don't know. I mean, we are here discussing the bank holiday, and we are, for the last 20 minutes we have been talking about festivals, even to the point of Ecstasy Cruise and all those other things. I'm really lost. So can you assist?
Thank you. I think Senator Sinclair is about to wrap up. The bill.
No. I think you see, and this is why, Madam President, we are falling short. Madam President, and let me help my good friend. If you go to the Festivals Act, number 25, go to it. And that is why we have this problem. If we go there on page 10, and you look at the definition of Rainbow City Festival, it speaks about an event happening around in Emancipation Day, right? Emancipation Day, as we know, is around, well, happening mentally around August the first Monday. We are saying that we are moving it to the 1st. So this 1st of August could be any day, okay? But if the Rainbow City is speaking about around this first Monday and all of those things, around Emancipation Day, then what I'm suggesting is that this needs to be looked at and regulated. But I'm saying further, Madam President, when you look at this here, it also defines what Rainbow City Festival involves. So, for example, it defines the area from all Charles gas station, all around Soubise, down by the old church. And if you are coming into Grenville, I don't know if you went to Rainbow City the first time. From the time you hit by Ramley Cinema, there is a toll booth there that you have to pay to enter Grenville. All of those things are in what it involves to apply for a fee to sell. Even buses enter in Grenville have to pay $10 and $5. Those are there as regulations. So all I'm saying is that, and the other activities and so on. So what we're saying is that for Emancipation Day, and that is why, Madam President, we plan things, we announce things, and when the time comes, we don't know what the hell, excuse that language, we doesn't even know what to expect. That's right, Madam President. We don't know what to expect. So if we have Emancipation Day, as Senator Lewis asked the question, what is the quality? Quality don't mean is goodness. You want to know what is the specification. Would there be a church service? Would there be a road race? Will there be a walk? Will there be a talk? Will there be a debate? Look at Senator Rahman made recommendations because he doesn't even know what would be on that day. So we are approving and agreeing to something that we don't even know what it would be. And what I'm saying is that if a simple place like Rainbow City was able to have all these definitions as to what it would look like, we should have come with some things saying what it would look like. So what would end up in happening is that all on the radio stations, people will be giving all kind of ideas, what they feel, and querying things, because when there is lack of definition and lack of clarity, you create confusion in the mind of the people. On a big day, and a big ticket item as emancipation, is that free in the mind of people? We are tying the mind up more, Madam President. So all I'm saying is that these are recommendations we have to learn to accept and to review, because they have to be answered at some time. Independence, we have gone through, so we generally know what independence they look like. It's the same issues we had in Heroes Day, you know, about what could happen and what cannot happen now, because the definition of what these things would look like. We set the standard, we set the quality. You go to inspect your vehicle, there is a requirement. And we should not fall short as persons defining the law to leave those vagaries, because that is why we're here today, you know. Because some smart person, maybe when they did it, didn't realize August 1st does not always be on a Monday. So yes, Madam President. So this is my commendation. I have no problem. I think, as we said originally, there is not an issue. But sometimes, notwithstanding how good we are, there's always room for improvement. And this year, we need to fix it, because it will come back to haunt us. It wouldn't be us. Just like how we are saying, well, why the others before didn't fix it? Others would be laughing at us 20 years from now and say, but who are these guys? They didn't know to fix this thing. So now Rainbow City persons, they are confused, because I would tell you, and I would say it here, from discussions with the Rainbow City persons, they are speaking about having exhibitions and all kind of stuff on that day of the 1st of August, and tell them they cannot do it. Where are we going to regulate that? I rest my case, Madam President.
I thank the Senator. You did say that there is no relation between emancipation and Rainbow City Festival. Not sure that I've experienced the no relation part. I've experienced that, but also the relations as well. And I think there is an organic link that may or may not be specified in law or policy. But I remember in 1996, I was a young university professor at the time, and I gave us what I hoped to be a linkage talk in the Market Square under the auspices of Rainbow City Festival, and it was entitled, Our Emancipation Continues. So I know and have contributed to that link. And what you read, the definitions you read, seems to me to give leeway. The celebration of Rainbow City Festival gives freedom, gives space for the conduct of Emancipation Day. And I heard from several senators that, you know, they're making suggestions as to what the Emancipation Day should have as its content. Someone said, Senator Lewis said, that St. Andrews must take the lead. Why? As I listened to him, because St. Andrews, and of course we know also St. Patrick's, have content. They have content around emancipation that can be of national utility here. I can bring to your attention, since you're a man from St. Andrews, that the National Cultural Foundation is hosting a consultation on tomorrow, Wednesday, 2nd of July, at the Grenville Secondary School for that very purpose, led by the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cultural Foundation. So I agree with you that the legislation seems, proposed legislation, seems that the schedule is missing, right? But I think it opens up the possibility for the nation to come forth with expressions of how it shall be celebrated. I am sure most people don't pay attention to the unique role of children in slavery, women in slavery. Huh? We pay no attention to the plantocracy and its continuing legacy on us as an emancipated people, as we think. We're not finished with our emancipation, and we're not finished with the celebration. So I want to implore you to consider that all these loose threads, if you will, all these possibilities are there hanging and can, in fact, and should, in fact, and I thought where you were going if I may be so rude as to say, why I allowed this long contribution, so eloquent in your content from you, because I thought you were headed to make a concrete suggestion around, what can we say, recovering Emancipation Day for the nation in the context of the national celebration of Rainbow City Festival, which was the only thread that existed for decades to link us back to the pride and power of emancipation in a material, cultural, social, and spiritual way. So I think there's more work to be done, and I thank you so much for your research, your legislative research about the Festivals Act and so on. But I think, if I might speak, and I'm not speaking for the government, I'm speaking only as the manager of this conversation, to say that I think there is much more that can and will be done, starting with the meeting on Wednesday and other expressions that will arise to give the government some direction. Now that it has taken that step, it needs some direction on how to do it, but we are all now traveling in the same direction. So thank you so much. Is there one more contribution that we will have as we have crossed the noon hour? And it is a contribution from Senator Joseph, Senator Gloria Thomas Samuel, who has made it from her first commitment. Thank you for your steadfastness to come over here. You have the floor, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to everyone in this honorable House. I too want to, at this point, remember the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique who are affected by the passage of Beryl. I know it has been a trying year for them, especially the people in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. But with the continued effort at rehabilitation and reconstruction, residents are now experiencing some semblance of normalcy. There is still some work to be done, but the challenge of limited material and manpower has placed the reconstruction effort at a reduced pace. But we are not daunted. As a government, we are committed to ensuring that the affected persons' needs are addressed as we continue to look after the victims of Beryl. And with that said, I also rise here to give my support to the amendment to the Bank Holiday Bill 2025. Madam President, we are here today not just to make an amendment to the Bank Holiday Bill or to mark a new emancipation date on the calendar, but we are here to stand in the shadow of history and in the light of the resistance to ensure that the correct day is enshrined in the annals of our history here in Grenada. August 1st is Emancipation Day, a day when the chains of slavery were legally broken across the British Empire in 1834. A day when millions who have been treated as property were finally declared humans in the eyes of the law. But Emancipation Day is not just about the end of slavery. It is about the beginning of something deeper: truth, memory, justice, and the long road to real freedom. Madam President, we must honor the struggles by recognizing that the 1st of August, as Emancipation Day, we will be honoring the struggles of our ancestors. For over 4 centuries, millions of Africans were stolen and from their homeland, stripped of their identity, sold into bondage, and forced to labor under brutal conditions. But let's be clear, our ancestors were never just victims. They were survivors. They were fighters, brave men and women whose memory must be saluted and recognized on the right day, the 1st of August. This did not come easily. Our ancestors led uprising. They broke chains. They preserved language, songs, and faith. They turned suffering into strength and planted the seed of freedom which we stand on today. Madam President, when we celebrate Emancipation Day on August 1st, we honor the courage and their resistance. We remember that abolition wasn't a gift. It was earned in blood and struggle. How can we allow such an important day to go by in an insignificant way? We need to wake the consciousness of our people through education and provide enlightenment about our history and heritage. Madam President, slavery didn't just happen somewhere far away or a long time ago. It is what built the wealth of empires. It shaped the Caribbean, Africa, Britain, Canada, and beyond. Plantations grew rich, while enslaved people were worked to death. The profit funded cities, universities, and governments, also banks. This history was buried or whitewashed for too long. Let us recognize Emancipation Day on August 1st. Let us bring it to the surface, because we cannot fix what we refuse to face. When we celebrate Emancipation Day on August 1st, we celebrate survival and identity. Madam President, emancipation also means cultural survival, and this must be celebrated. The true date is August 1st. Out of slavery came rhythm, language, food, culture that cannot be erased. From carnival to calypso, from Creole language to Rastafari, Black identity, all bloomed in the ashes of oppression. Madam President, today we celebrate that cultural fire. We celebrate that we are still here, that our story didn't end with chains. It continues with pride, purpose, and power. Madam President, let's not forget the chains were broken, but the system didn't disappear. After 1834 came exploitation, segregation, racism, poverty, injustice that still echoes in certain areas today. Madam President, so Emancipation Day isn't just about looking back. It calls to look forward and ask, what are we doing to finish what our ancestors started? Focusing on August 1st as Emancipation Day will provide the opportunity for us to be more focused and targeted in our efforts in bringing awareness and consciousness to our people through organized activities. Madam President, observing Emancipation Day on August 1st will also remind us that this day connects us from the Caribbean to Africa, from Canada to the UK and beyond. It reminds us that Black liberation is global, that truth and justice know no boundaries. And so let us not treat August 1st as just a day off. Let it be an opportunity for reflection, education, and mobilization. A day to honor the past, challenge the present, and shape a future that is rooted in justice and dignity. Madam President, as I close, I wish to say, to those who fought for freedom, we say, remember. To those still fighting today, we say we continue. And to future generations, we promise we will never forget. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Thomas, Gloria Thomas. And I offer the floor to the proponent of the bill, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in wrapping up, I would like to make a few comments. And I would like to re-emphasize the importance of recognizing that special day, August the 1st. And as my colleague made his statement, and which was emphasized by the Attorney General, freedom, emancipation is all in an incremental phase. And this is part of it. Madam President, a couple of years ago, we said Grenada history must be taught in school. We did that. Incremental. Madam President, the fact that the end of July, we'll be having the Afreximbank Bank here with this trade show is part of the advancement of our struggle and emancipation. So bit by bit, we are getting there. Declaring August 1st as the day we must commemorate is not in isolation. It's a work in progress, and we will continue. Madam President, August the 16th to me, I'm not trading off anything for that. Whether I born on a Thursday or the second week, whenever August the 16th comes, Madam President, that's my birthday. I celebrate it. I'm not changing that. August the 3rd is the day I got married, and it's dear to my soul, and I hold on tight to it. August the 8th, may her soul rest in peace, the day my mother passed away. I was only 4 years. It means a lot to me. February the 7th, we're not trading that for anything. And we can go on. March 13th, we must remember this day. We're not trading that for anything, Madam President. May the 1st, if only this government was to make any attempt and say, Andre, the first Monday in May must be celebrated Labor Day, well, the streets will have the biggest demonstration in 10 years, right? That's the point. So, Madam President, August the 1st is, I couldn't imagine us stay so long and debating this thing, but I think, according to Andre, it's all about using the opportunity to educate our people. And we must use it wisely. Wisely. Madam President, just to give you some not clarification, but information, because we have not let it out to the public as yet. But comrades, my colleagues, you all are right. I'm the Minister for Culture, and we have involved from the very beginning. As a matter of fact, it was the Cultural Foundation and other agents who came to the government and said, we need to dedicate August the 1st for Emancipation Day, and we listened to them. And I took the initiative and said to them, however, this day must be in collaboration with CEDU. I would like it to remain in St. Andrew for now. But this is not legislative, it's not part of the legislation. We came here to discuss just a bank holiday. The activities that will take place is not, we may say it now, 10 years after, somebody is going to say they don't want it there. And they want a list of activities. So to come here and discuss festivals is irrelevant at this point in time. Because we are not indispensable. We are not here to plan for 100 years. We can lay a foundation and say, yes, we want to go in that direction. But, Madam President, the next generation, generations to come, will determine their own future. We cannot hold it against them. We cannot say because we started to ride camels in the desert as a form of transportation, we should continue. The world is moving on, not waiting on anybody. So, Madam President, yes, we will be working in collaboration. The Cultural Foundation, CEDU, the National Celebration Committee, they will all be coming together to make that celebration. But we're not here to discuss the celebration and the activities of the celebration. We are here to declare the 1st of August as the bank holiday and not just the first Monday in August. That is what we are here to discuss, and that is what that have been laid in this House, Madam President. So, Madam President, in closing, just let me say that I thank everybody for the support and the presentation here. I think we made maximum use of it for the last 3.5 hours. I think that the Grade M people will be very happy, and they will have a different mindset in terms of what emancipation really means and how we can use it to advance our struggle, to advance our development, and make Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique a better place. I thank you.
I thank the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Adrian Thomas, and I offer the question, honorable members, which is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill part by part, clause by clause.
Distinguished members, the question is that the Honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. We are now in committee.
Clause 2, Amendment of Schedule to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it. Government business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable members, the Senate is now resumed. I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Minister Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the bill be read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Bank Holidays Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading. I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2025.
Bill which seeks to amend the Grenada Tourism Authority Act number 42 of 2013 to empower the Grenada Tourism Authority to collect fees that are required or prescribed under another enactment shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the ordinary rules of the Senate be suspended to allow the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Madam President, the Grenada Tourism Authority presently is one of the main architects of tourism, the development of the industry in Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. And I'm happy to say that in consultation and in collaboration, the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Ministry of Tourism have been working very hard to make sure that the industry gets at a level that it can sustain itself. Madam President, sustainable tourism is something that we want to promote. It's an industry that has the ability and the potential to finance itself, to generate the kind of monies that are needed in order to create the kind of impact we want on our citizens. However, Madam President, if we do not have the mechanism in place to make sure that that happens, it will not happen. It cannot be a case where an industry that has so much potential is relying on the government, on the consolidated fund year after year to finance that industry. The economists will tell you, if you want to make money, you have to spend money. And therefore, the government have been spending. But there are many avenues that we can explore whereby we can generate the kind of capital that the industry is so badly in need of. And that's the reason why, Madam President, this bill that we are bringing here today is seeking to amend the Principal Act, Greater Tourism Authority Act number 42 of 2013. This amendment, Madam President, will empower the authority to collect fees much more than they are collecting presently. Much more than the ministry is collecting. And therefore, we are calling, and we are presenting today here, Madam President, the amendment to Section 38 and Section 39D, which will empower the Greater Tourism Authority to collect fees that are prescribed under any other enactment or authorized under any other legally binding arrangement. So those two sections, Madam President, which we'll be focusing on. Madam President, under subsection Subsection 1, Madam President, under Section 38 of the Principal Act, it will be amended as following. A, by numbering the subsection as subsection 1, because there's one section there now, subsection, and by inserting after the subsection the following new subsection, which will be subsection 2. So those are the two amendments, Madam President, that we are making here. And the bill contains 3 clauses. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title of the bill, and Clause 2 of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 38 of the Principal Act to insert a new subsection. Madam President, Clause 3 of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 39D of the Principal Act to read as follows. All amounts collected under the authority of regulations made under this Act are under the authority of any other enactment. So those 3 clauses, Madam President, when enacted, the GTA will have the power to visit, to establish mechanisms in place so that we can establish important sites whereby we can collect the necessary funds. Example, the Molineux Sculpture Parks, Madam President. Those things have been established and cost the government a lot of money. But we don't have a system in place to collect any fees and go visit in those areas. And so other people have been able to capitalize on the opportunity and able to make monies that the authority who established the site cannot collect. Madam President, we have some of the marine protected areas. Clascoat Bay, Grand Anse, Sandy Island. All these sites, Madam President, can generate capital. And we want to make sure that this happens this time around. Madam President, I am positively sure that the people visiting those sites, and I'm talking about local visitors, foreign visitors, nobody really complained about making a contribution to sustain something that they enjoy. And I know for a fact, Madam President, that most of the fees in Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique are reasonable and fair. So I believe that the people patronizing with the Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism, the people visiting Grenada will be quite happy to pay that small fee for the level of enjoyment that they have. So, Madam President, without much ado, I will now commend this bill to the House for consideration and approval.
Thank you, Senator. If I might be permitted 2 points of clarification as the debate gets ready to take off. I want to clarify for me if these sites are all public or are they a combination of public and private sites? Are you hearing me? Should I start again? Thank you for your presentation of the proposed legislation, and I wanted to find out whether or not these sites that are now going to be have a fee attached to them, if these are all state-owned property or private property, for example, Molinaire or Grand Anse or the waterfalls and so on. Are these are all state-owned properties? And before you get to your feet, the second question is, you say a small fee will be attached to them. Do you have an idea what's the range of the fees that will be now attached? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, Madam President, we're not talking about the private entities per se, but the law will allow the Grenada Tourism Authority to make arrangements with other entities. NAWASA may have control over all waters in Grenada. There might be a waterfall that could be converted into a tourism site. NAWASA and GTA can engage each other, and we can create something. We have what you call the community tourism in the Ministry of Tourism presently, where we try to work with the private entities, and we can collaborate. But there is no particular fee that I have that has been submitted as yet.
And will these fees be, I guess at the passage of the legislation, we will know when the charges will start, so I could go before the charges start.
Madam President, I can't give you the exact time in terms of when the AG. Sure.
After the passage of the legislation. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Thomas. The floor is open.
Yes, Madam President, thank you.
Senator St. Clair.
Yeah, but just as I start to comment on this, Madam President, well, I'm not so sure if it's gazetted yet, but the Water Resource Management Bill should have put the Water Resource Management Unit in charge of this water business that NAWASA shouldn't be. And the word was maybe by, the honorable member. Next thing, NAWASA feel they could take control of all the water again. But I know this unit's supposed to be overlooking all the water. But again, Madam President, you asked a series of questions pertaining to this important bill. Because I was wondering where we're going, but I must commend the honorable member for presenting this bill very adequately. I know it's his ministry, and so you are very good and clear. But Madam President has some very important questions. No, you have some important questions, private properties, etc., because those were areas that you could look at, which I will speak to. But specifically, I got excited when he started speaking on the marine protected area and those areas, because in my personal explanation and being a member of the Conservation Caucus, that has been a concern in terms of, and even some of the fisher folks and other persons, stakeholders to all of these MPAs and the same Sculpture Park and so on. How do we monetize this and to ensure that there is sustainable financing? Because you have to pay for the boats, you have to pay the persons on the boat, you have to pay the guards who safeguard and look at all of those things, life jackets for them. All of those things have a cost. And when you look at the budget line in the regular government consolidated fund, it's nothing much. And so I fully endorse that, and of course, many other persons I would have spoken to in preparation to go to that conference in France spoke about how do we really do that, and I've recognized the government direct funds. So when I heard the honorable member speak of this mechanism will even allow for much more money to be collected than is collected now. In fact, I don't even think no money is being collected now. No mechanism is in place because you don't have nobody there manning and even protecting the area, guarding it, because persons can pollute it and do all sort of things there. And maybe we need to start looking at how do you have cameras and other things to guard and improve the service and so on. So once you start paying for something, you could be able to offer more. And so I'm happy to see that, because having in from the GCNA standpoint, we are deeply involved in the agritourism linkage. Many other farmers are looking at that opportunity for feeding and providing other type of agritourism experience. The point you raised, Madam President, is very critical. How does the Border Tourism Authority link with some of these persons in facilitating certain experiences to a waterfall, accessing through their property to get to those areas? It is good. I have worked with the authorities, High Command, and I would say they are very good and competent and know what they're about. And I have no fear that this would be a good thing. The issue would be, how would this money be used, and how would it be entrusted and used to develop and further protect, and not maybe causing them to use that as a main source for their own sustenance rather than protect those sort of areas. And so that is my concern in terms of the utilization of these new monies that will be coming in. And of course, we will see them in the annual report and those things like that. So these are my comments on that, but I would endorse that in line of, I think I could speak on behalf of the caucus. We want to see how that money will be spent, so we would like to get some more details at a later stage. What is fees will look like? Because it doesn't make sense going and say, well, no fees was collected before. We'll collect fees now, and it's collecting $2 and $3 and $5, because sometimes people value your things based on how you price your things. And what we also have to do is, how do we upgrade the product, the experience, and all of this. It's not just going and visit the Sculpture Park, but what other things is connected to that. Because, for example, Madam President, I actually, myself and Senator Rahman, about 2 months ago, we went to that panel discussion with the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association in the rooftop of some building down in Chublu. And the idea was about how do we improve agro-tourism linkage, and also Senator Rahman spoke on the issue of the business connected to the tourism. And I met one of the ladies there who actually involves one of those dive shops. And her concern was, okay, the folks come and they go to dive, and then what happens next? And they are looking to have experiences to visit other sort of sites on land. So there is, or there are, if you want to say, significant interest in connecting that full experience. And so maximizing on that opportunity is very important. In fact, we left there with a general agreement that among myself and the Tourism Authority folks and ourselves, we could easily put together a list of some of those possible sites that they can visit to start creating different tour packages and so on for not only for our own customers, but at a national perspective, which Boda Tourism Authority is very competent and capable to help design. So that brings, I'm sure they would be very happy to hear this, and I am happy to hear this also. What we would want to see is the rates, have it done properly, and how would that money be used? Would it be put in a special fund? Because who will then pay this guardian? Because if you're collecting the money from the private sector, even if it's your own MPA, you collect $200,000. What is this money used for? Is it to service the boats, service the lifeguards in the, that protection of the maintenance of the marine protected area? And half of the money goes to that, and then what are you using the other half for? What about the livelihood for the fisher folks? How they can education sessions for the community, more protection. For example, they use the whole issue of the FAD, the fish aggregating devices. Do you need to train more persons in that and build more of that for sustainable fishing? How do you educate the farmers and the nearby persons using the land resources that could impact pollution and all of those things? And how to the hotels and the guests contribute to some sort of fee, because they have an open space of utilization. We're not saying you have to pay to go to the beach, but that open space of utilization, the vendors on the beach have to get a license and they have to pay a fee. But what fee does the hotel pay? Is it out of the national tax? Is it? You see, I'm trying to broaden, Madam President, the scope of funding opportunities, because all the users, for example, the marine protected area in Granans is almost in the midst of the sea. Then you have those boat taxis and water taxis running in all of that space. All of that could disrupt the whole fisheries and reef environment. So are you raising this thing because, from my knowledge and interface with those folks, we may sit down and discuss this thing in a broad way, but then when it comes to the technical people, we create difficulties for them because we set up something that doesn't give them that teeth and that strength to which for them to do their work properly. So I err in this because I know if you speak to them, Brother Rainey and all of these sort of technical people on the ground, they will say, well, Senator, you all should have looked at that because, X, Y, Z. So I think consultation with them in the fisheries department would be very critical, and also the fisher folks within the neighboring area. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator St. Clair. And there are Senator Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support this bill, the Grenada Tourism Authority bill, for several reasons. One, we need a better quality tourism product. And we're always trying to tweak and to redefine what we offer, and that what we offer, we can deepen the experience of the tourist so that we can have repeat visits to our island. This translates into our economy. Tourism is the largest driver of our economy. And so this bill that gives the authority an opportunity to earn some revenue outside of the consolidated fund is a very good initiative, business-wise. I would like to propose an idea that I have seen in other countries. You have a heritage site pass. And this heritage site pass, so you determine Leapers Hill and other places where the old plantation sites and so on of value. And you have 2 or 3 different tour options, let us say, that the Ministry of Tourism approves of. And then you have these site passes that can be sold through the tour operators and can be sold through the hotels. So the hotels will sell these passes. Even before the tourists come to Grenada, they can offer it to them. You know, while you're here, day 1, we can do this, we can do snorkeling and so on around we can do the beaches. Day 2, we can do, we have 2 options for you of a historical tours. Option 1 is your heritage site pass, $150 to access 4 sites and so on. You really build it out and you have a product that you offer them so they can choose. This is done in Mexico. This is done in Mexico. Mexico has this down pat. And so if they ever wanted to see what that is like, they can visit there and they will see that from the hotel you can book. You can book before you arrive, you can book when you arrive, you can book when you're at the hotel. So, and they're very good at offering these packages and they're very well done. So meals and all of that is included as well. So it doesn't have to be you're going to Granitang Lake and you're paying $5 by the booth. This is small thinking. And that is something that is sometimes even annoying because tourists, when they come, they want to book things in advance. They want to know that you prepare for them. They want an experience. And so if you know, when you're booking, you have these options according to your interests. If you're a history buff, you want to learn about the plantation. So for example, when you're passing outside of Guave, as you're about to enter to cross the bridge in Guave, there's a ruin on the left-hand side. Many people don't know what that was used for. And I can't recall the French word, if it's boucherie or something like that, but that house was a storehouse that was used by the plantation. So when the ships from England would come, the produce from the plantations would be brought down on the river into that storehouse and will be held there to await the arrival of the ships that were coming to collect. And in addition, when the ships would collect, the ships would also offload implements, tools, forks and spade or whatever it is they have to offload there, to be then brought back up to the plantation. We don't even have a plaque on one of those storehouses. As a matter of fact, there's a bar right next to that place. We put up bars all over the place whenever we feel like. So the point is that sites like that need to be part of the deepening the experience. And that can be done when the tourism authority have access to be able to charge a fee. And together with the GHTA, they can come up with packages. The important subject here is to consult with the operators. the taxi operators and the hoteliers to make sure that you fine-tune a product that is appealing to them and their clients, the tourists. At the end of the day, the success of it will depend on whether people are interested in it or not. Also, we already see, if you recall, and you use Annandale Falls as an example, many of us would have gone there, when we were children and so on. And it was basically maintained by government. There was no cover charge. You just walk down to the river, and you might see a few people. You give them $1 or $2 to jump down, and that's about it. There was no refreshments. There was no restaurants. There was nobody really working there. And now if you visit the site, it's privately run, I think, by lease. And you can go there. You can have lunch. There's a facility there. There's an entrance fee. And so there are jobs that have been created through this one site. And that can be repeated on many different sites across the country. So that's an example I just wanted to point to. And then more robust training. In addition, with the GHTA, more robust training for your tour operators and your taxi operators and even your front desk hotel staff with regard to these products. That is important. Some in-depth knowledge with regard to these products so that they help to sell this whole the heritage sites. And finally, myself and a few business people were discussing, I don't want to say too much about this because it's still in discussion, but that there's a need for a rest stop. When you travel through the United States, you travel through many countries, you have rest stops every few exits on the highway and so on. There's a need for a rest stop on the western side because tourists that are going up all the way up to Satés, there's no real place for the buses to stop where you can have, local ice cream, sampling of local chocolates, you can have some cultural experience, it's on the coast, and you really prepare a place where that is an official approved rest stop for tourists so they can take a bathroom break, it's clean, and so on. So they're not just stopping on the corner of here or there with a view. This thing has to be planned properly. So that's my final take on it, advice, recommendation. This is actually been planned, and there are business people that are interested in this. So if the government wants to find out more about where the business people have been talking about, we can definitely reach out, and the business people that are interested in developing that site. So I fully support this. This is a step in the right direction. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Rahman, and thank you for your suggestions. Yeah. Senator David Andrew. Yes. Senator Andrew.
Madam President, thank you. I rise to support the Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2025 as presented by the Leader of Government Business. I think this is timely. Grenada has a number of excellent tourism products, but I would probably describe them as all virgin and primary and with excellent potential for further development and more appropriate utilization. And the passage of this bill allows for amassing greater and collecting greater revenues that in many ways could see the further development of those products. I mean, I've gone to some places in some countries and you could almost spend a whole day in one site because from the one attraction there are so many derivatives and so many things you can do. And Grenada needs to get to the place where the beauty that we have and, the treasures we have in our tourism products can be further exploited and I mean this in the most sincerest term, further utilized so that we can better profit from it, and our country would benefit. But you see, the tourism product that we are envisaging, and this comes at a timely place, because even from the Ministry of Education, we are now looking at developing the hotel and tourism school to ensure that that holistic tourism product continues to be better shaped, better formed. So that forms yet another intervention that will strengthen the tourism product in Grenada. And so I give my full support to the bill as presented here today. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Andrew. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to give my full support to the bill as presented before this Honorable House as we continue to take steps to improve on our tourism product, the sector of the economy that contributes the most to GDP. We make this amendment to strengthen the functionality of the Tourism Authority, to give it more leverage and wiggle room, so to speak, as it leads in the administration of our tourism product. The amendment would allow for the Tourism Authority to directly collect and properly utilize revenues derived from tourism sites. And one of the proper utilizations would be the development and further enhancement of these sites, making for an overall improved product to our visitors and, of course, locals alike. So with these few words, Madam President, I commend the bill to this Honorable House.
I thank you, Senator Claudette Joseph, and I offer the floor to Senator Andre Lewis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I would like to start by where my colleague, Senator Joseph, more or less ended, because in all of our discussions, I know it is the Tourism Authority we are speaking of, and that instinctively speaks of the tourists. But we also need to ensure that whatever local products we have is at a particular standard, good, high standard, so that our locals can also enjoy it. And I know it was intended, but because she brought it out, it is something I wanted to put on the table too. Yes, and it is important that, that fees be collected. But what I found interesting, though, is that the presenter of the bill, leader of government business, spoke about the sculpture, underwater sculpture park. And if my memory serves me right, I think only recently, the ad may still be running, there's an ad which speaks about from X or Y time, I think visitors are expected to pay, quote unquote, a small fee of how much US or EC dollars, yes? And it begs into my mind or the question, who is collecting that? Is it a private? Well, is it inland revenue? Because the way, if it is government, no, that was an important clarity for me. Because in answer to your question, Madam President, I was left with the impression that government spent a set of money there and somebody else is collecting for visiting. Yes? I came up with that inference, and it's glad to know that that's not the case. Yes? I will also wish to propose, if it is not yet done, for the places that you already have to pay, because there are sites that you already have to pay to enter, that there should be a two-tier, at least two-tier pricing system. There's no way, absolutely no way, one will expect a local to be paying the same fee as what I call an external visitor, for want of a better word. As a matter of fact, you may even wish to consider what you call national, regional CARICOM, and beyond. I mean, as we work towards the integration of our people, the free movement of our people, because price is a means of a way that one can send messages as the importance that you place on different segments of the market, if I may use that. Senator Rahman, I want to take up on a point that you raised, the suggestion of a rest stop, yes, along the western side. But what I wish to take up on is the point that you raised that there are businesses, private sector, who may be waiting on government. My interpretation, to do something, and I am wondering whether or not the reverse can be done. I know you have not made this public, but whether or not an approach could not have been made, because it's a business opportunity. It's a business opportunity. And probably therein lies the challenges our private sector has. So when I walk to the tongue of St. George or Grenville, other places, our traditional businesses, I'm not seeing them. Right? And there is this feeling that our private sector is a bit restricted or reluctant to give true meaning to the greater the risk, the greater the return, or you would be able to get a return if you invest. And I don't know if there's some level of fear. Probably there's fear, right? In terms of exposure, right? So I just thought that it's a brilliant idea. And also, we should not wait. Those who can do it, and the state should consider it now, if not in this context, because our rest stop is important. I mean, the tourists, how many times would a tourist be good on the western side? It is important for them, so don't get me wrong, right? But the driving factor, I want to go beyond just the tourists. We have our people who traverse that corridor every day. So where are they using? You understand the point I'm making? So I want us to move to that state where we can start looking at or giving emphasis on what will make the quality of life for our people better, the experience as we travel, as we walk through the street of St. George or Grenville, and someone want to go to go to a bathroom, are there facilities available? So this begs into the bigger issue. I know many times what appears to drivers is, how do we make comfortable the lives of the people, the tourists that visit us? But as we speak about emancipation, and we celebrate August the 1st, I want us to move away from that. What I want us to do is to start with us. What can we do to improve the quality of life? And the quality of life is not just only at the workplace or in the home, but the quality of the experience, for instance, what we call a public good. What can we do as we educate our people in terms of littering, etc., and it is linked to tourism, right? It's linked to us, in providing the necessary facilities that will encourage people not to have to go out of the way to be able to behave in a particular manner. So it is important. There is also the issue of, as we expand the experiences, so in Annandale, for instance, a major community activity was the Annandale Falls. Annandale Falls provided an opportunity, an avenue where people went, and that's where a lot of people learned to swim, almost everybody from Willis are swimmers. Free access. So there are fallouts to everything, and even the jumpers. I can't speak right now what happened over probably the past year, but I'm aware that the jumpers who had their association, and that's how they made their livelihood, were impacted. This is a point I had spoken about in this place when the idea came up about leasing out the place, which is okay, but there ought to be arrangements, if they are not, to take into account the local experiences and the needs of the people. So, for instance, if I'm living in Willis Annandale, and every Sunday I'm free to go to the waterfall to just bathe, you're following me, right? How would I react, if there is no business venture that tells me I could no longer come? If I come, I have to pay X or Y amount. Arrangements. So as we go, and certainly this arrangement here now, in terms of collecting of the fees, and I support it, let me make that point, would also mean now that the Tourism Authority will now give focused attention to revenue generation at different sites, in which there will have to be maintenance, etc. But as we do that, I want us to pay attention to the local cultural norms and social things, and not displace it. But as a matter of fact, to even enhance it where it is possible. So this is my contribution I wish to make here. And yes, we have lost the opportunity in the past to collect revenue, because when we go places, we have to pay to go to see certain things. And therefore, that is okay in my view. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Senator Lewis, and I offer the floor for your summation. I take it. Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm very grateful and thankful for the support that has been shown on both sides of the House for this very important bill. And I think that the Tourism Authority will be very happy to know that everybody is behind this bill. I want to thank Senator Rahman for the suggestions that he has made, has put forward here. And I want him to know that they have been fully noted. And those are some observations that I've heard before. And nothing really has been done about it. But it's something that if we want to develop the tourism product and we want to sell Grenada as the destination or the spice of the Caribbean, then we definitely have to consider some of those suggestions that you have put forward there. And I will definitely reach out to the business committee and engage you all some way or the other. Once again, I say thanks very much and for your support.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it. Bills.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 38 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 39 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say no. Ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the Committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the Chair of the Committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say no. Ayes have it. The Senate is resumed, and I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Minister Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chairperson's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say nay. Ayes have it. Report is adopted. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary, say nay. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Item number 16, public business. Item number 17, adjournment.
Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to move the adjournment of this honorable House. Sign it.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate be adjourned. Sign it aye. Before we take the vote, it's open for debate now, starting now. Thank you. Senator David Andrew.
Madam President, thank you very much. I rise on the adjournment just to bring to the attention of this House and to our nation words of commendation to all of the students who have been successful in the just concluded Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment examinations. This year we had, and pardon me, I had all of this on my computer and it just decided to reboot and yeah, it decided to reboot and upgrade and all of that there. So I'm just going to try to share briefly from my memory. You have a hard copy, that's good. But I want to congratulate all of them. This year we had just about 1,801, just about 1,800 students write the exam. There was an internal component, an external component. And I think 1,797 wrote the external component that CXC administrates. And of that 1,700 and of that 1,797, 1,693 students all scored above the 50th percentile, right? So that reflects a 94, just above 94% success rate above the 50th percentile in the CPA examination. We are going to continue to support the students, given our policy for universal secondary education, and the fact that all of those students will be placed and are being placed in a secondary school in keeping with our policy. We'll continue to work with those students. We'll continue to train our teachers. We have the Summer Institute coming up in the first couple of weeks in July this month, so that we continue to work with teachers and give them strategies and even work with the groups of students. But more importantly, we'll continue to focus the challenges of literacy and numeracy where we need to address them earlier rather than later. In fact, I can share that in a recent symposium with the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange for Latin America and the Caribbean in Guatemala, we had a declaration made, the Declaration of Antigua, where we committed that little antique little city in Guatemala, where we committed to getting rid of all of the illiteracies and lack of numeracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are committed to doing that. Some very innovative strategies will be utilized, and one of them would have to do with a concept popularized by an Indian professor that speaks to teaching at the right level. And as simple as it sounds, it speaks to not teaching based on age, but teaching based on the fundamental concepts. So whether you're in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, if the competence is number recognition and you don't have it, you're pulled all together. And so that's part of some of the strategies that we are going to pull in. But we're committed to doing that. And so we commend all of the teachers, all of the schools, the principals, parents, and all those who have worked with our nation's children to see them reap this degree of success. And at the Ministry of Education, I commend the team there. I know sometimes our people get very excited about getting the scores and getting results quickly, but we have to administrate these scores. In some territories, once the CXC releases the results, they have nothing else to do because parents have to go and scramble to know where the children are going in some territories. So when you hear it released in some other territories, it's because they don't have any particular guidelines of how children are placed. So parents have to go now and try to find out how the children are going, where the children are going, if they could get a place somewhere. But we have a policy, a zoning policy, that allows for children to be zoned in the schools nearest to where they belong to facilitate survival of schools in those districts and for ease of access to continued education without sending the children too far away from where they live. So we have to administrate the exams, and commendations to the team that worked feverishly to have those processed. I want to also bring to the attention of the nation our upcoming math symposium. The Ministry of Education, as part of its clinical look at the pervasive problem we've had with math over the decades, we've taken on the mandate to have a math strategy put together. How are we going to deal with this issue of math and the terrible performances in math and literacy too across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique? And there are a number of interventions. Among them, we've commissioned a research analyzing the practices, people's attitude towards math, whether it's among teachers, among students, among parents, and the actual performances over time. That's been analyzed by one of our local doctors, Dr. Andre Martin. So he's been doing that for the last couple of months. He's ready with the results, and that will form, yes, he's a Victorian, my comrade, yes. That will form part of what's going to be presented. The findings will be officially presented in that math symposium. It's scheduled for the 15th and 16th of July. We have invited academians from the region, the University of the West Indies, the chair of the Joint Board of Teacher Education, because all of these things have implications for how we treat with getting people ready to deliver mathematics education going forward. So the symposium is just one. We have invited all stakeholders, former educators, mathematicians, retired persons, opposition personnel, And so too, you are invited to be part of that conversation, because the mathematics challenge is a challenge for the whole nation. Yes, it affects businesses. Yes, and so we invite the business community, we invite everybody, because it affects every walk of life. And so to be part of that conversation, as we continue to fine-tune and shape the strategy that we will eventually get approved by Cabinet to reflect Grenada's approach to treating with mathematics. But I can tell you though, off the bat, apart from the research that we commissioned, and apart from the symposium that we are going to have, we are also going to commence specialized or specialist teaching of mathematics at the primary level. Right now, that doesn't obtain in every school. It might happen in 1 or 2 schools. But what happens is that every primary school teacher teaches all the subjects. And so whether or not you're strongly competent in math, you still teach math. And that could, in some way, contribute to some of the crystallizing problems we have in mathematics. So as we review some of the practices that we don't feel work well, we wanted to make some of those changes. So come September 2025, we are going to move towards specialist teaching of mathematics in a select number of primary schools. The plan, we ain't going back. The plan is to continue to roll that out into other schools. Now, the truth is there are some implications for how we redeploy staff and their workloads and all of that, so we just have to incrementally do it without displacing our human capital, but we have to train them. And that's why the conversation with the Joint Board of Teacher Education has to come in, because there will be robust training of our teachers. How do we teach this mathematics stuff to make sure it becomes relevant, practical, and that our students at the primary level could develop the right attitude and disposition towards mathematics. So I'm excited about all of the things we have ahead, the symposium, so all are invited to be part of the conversation, July 16th, 15th and 16th, and we look forward to rolling out specialized teaching of mathematics in some schools, eventually to all of the primary schools, and the same will follow for literacy as well, eventually, sooner than later, all as part of our strategies and attempts to stem and to deal with the sickening low performances in literacy and numeracy across our education sector. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Congratulations on your accomplishments with the exam and elsewhere in the proposal around teaching math, Senator. Thank you for reporting. Is that Senator Joseph? You've requested the floor.
Yes, Madam President. I think I will be remiss if I did not, on this adjournment, take a moment to update this Honorable House and the nation on the matter of Grenada's participation for a second consecutive year in the International Labour Conference just ended on 13th June. And that participation for a second consecutive year was after a hiatus of 27 or so years. And it will perhaps come as a surprise to some members of this House and the public that participation in the International Labour Conference is actually one of the treaty obligations of Grenada, so that we were not honoring our treaty obligation for about 27 or so years. So I thought it would be good to apprise this House and place on the answer that we were able, sponsored by the government, to attend the International Labour Conference 2nd to 13 June with a full delegation comprising our member for the representing workers in this Honorable House, Senator Andrea Lewis, of course representing workers at the conference. We had Ms. Abina Peters representing employers, the Employers Federation. We had the Labour Commissioner and myself representing government, and fully accredited as the tripartite arrangement was fully represented. Last year, when we attended, it was more to get a sense of the lay of the land and to make sure that we came up to speed and in compliance with all our treaty obligations by filing reports in relation to conventions that we have ratified, and also to develop strategic working relationships with the ILO and its technical specialists that would have helped us in meeting our reporting requirements and taking advantage of some of the matters offered by the ILO. So in the year, since last year, we took time to do that, and I think we did that quite well, which allowed us in this year, in this year's conference, to take an active and participatory role in the proceedings, and in fact, to emerge as one of the leading and more vocal CARICOM countries attending the ILO. In fact, in the lead up to I say the ILO, I mean the ILC, in the lead up to the conference, and I imagine based on our participation in labor matters at CARICOM level in the last year, I, in fact, being the chair of the COSOG, the CARICOM grouping, Grenada was given the responsibility, so to speak, to be the lead on behalf of CARICOM on the agenda item relating to standard setting on decent work in the platform economy. Platform economy meaning online workers, and that's an area that the ILO is now looking at with a view to setting standards, whether by convention or recommendations or both. So we were able to do that, I would say, ably so. Myself, as government representative, and Senator Lewis addressed the plenary and spoke to the director's report, the Director General's report. And I think for both of us, that was a first and indeed a proud moment standing on the international stage amongst another 186 countries speaking on behalf of our country. I am told I did a decent job, and I heard Senator Lewis, and he did an excellent job as well in advocating. And of course, we had Labor Commissioner making interventions and also addressing the plenary on behalf of CARICOM at the closing of the conference because I had by then already departed. So some of the conclusions we drew from the ILC is that our appearance for a second time demonstrated meaningful progress in transitioning from compliance and reintegration into the ILO system to effective participation in global labor governance. Our voice was indeed heard through all the participants of the tripartite arrangement representing Grenada. Secondly, Grenada's leadership in the Standard Setting Committee on realizing decent work in the platform economy on behalf of CARICOM significantly elevated CARICOM's visibility and influence at the conference. And regional coordination mechanisms, particularly through GRULAC, GRULAC being the grouping of Latin America and the Caribbean countries, and CARICOM, It proved effective in consolidating shared positions and enhancing the region's negotiating power. I must make that point because at the ILC, it's a lot of lobbying and collaboration, and the grouping of Latin American countries and the CARICOM countries, I think we did a good job at that and influenced the deliberations, I think, on all levels. And then technical cooperation opportunities with ILO remain essential to building institutional capacity and implementing agreed labor standards. And since last year, we were able to tap into the technical cooperation offered by the ILO, and I would expect that we'll be able to do so even more in the coming year, given our attendance at the ILC and our visible and active participation therein. Thank you, Madam President. I thought I would just share this with this honorable House and my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator, for the work that you did at the conference and for reporting on it. And I know the partnership with Senator Lewis and other members of the labor community and its leadership here in Grenada. Thank you. Other comments before we go to adjournment? Good. Hearing none, I have a little. I want to remind us there is a hand. There is Senator Andre Lewis. You have the floor, Senator Lewis.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to use, following the contribution of Senator Andrew in relation to the pointed approach to addressing some of the challenges, certainly in relation to math and then literacy. Just in case you have not done, and I expect that you did, it is important as you and your ministry addresses these matters, and as you seek to redeploy the resources that you have, that there should be ongoing discussions with the Grenada Union of Teachers. I didn't hear you mention it. No, but I didn't want the opportunity to pass. Yes, and we just rely on it. Because these things are important, right? Because I am absolutely convinced, as you will be aware, of the total absolute commitment of teachers as a unit. And as we seek to address these issues, it must not be top-down, but we can get valuable contributions. So that is my expectation, but I just resist anyhow. And then just in furtherance to the points raised by Senator Joseph in relation to the ILC, that although last year, the government of Grenada, so let me say Grenada. So Grenada attended, but the government is speaking, as I just elaborated on it, as a separate partner. Labor is speaking as a separate partner, and the employers is speaking separate. So that although last year, most of the focus, and I know that was not what you intended, but just for the listening public, and because you indicated that you were more active this year than last year. I want to be clear, this is a government, not Grenada, because Grenada is tripartite. But certainly labor, represented by my colleague, Comrade Burt, was directly involved and actively involved in all of the relevant discussions. And so for the listening public, I didn't want it to come across as though, well, the tripartite, labor, government, and private sector went, or employers went. And this year, there were more participation relative to last year, because last year the time was spent by the three parties trying to come up to speed with some matters. I just thought it was important to clarify that. No, I shouldn't say clarify, just to expand and to, yes, recognize that for the second time in 20-something years, Grenada, and I look forward to the continuation, and the minister knows that we have to get involved in some, or continue some discussions as we sort some things out, which is not for here, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Yes? But just to recognize the importance, because at this level, you are taking on, certainly from Labour's perspective, and, well, the parties, that is where decisions are made to govern international labor relations. And it ain't much different to when we sit around the negotiating table. Minister, when you sit and you're trying to mediate in a matter, in a case as that, in the ministry you play the role of mediating, but certainly when we are outside there, the labor and employers were going at it because, and to be brutally frank, we spent, and that's the battle of capital, we confronted capital at the highest level there. We spent 5 days before, no fault of the governments, let me just make the point, 5 days, addressing a matter in the platform economy and having to discuss over 300 proposed amendments to the document that we originally discussed when we last met, I think it was in Guyana, the document. We were not able to come to agreement on one single item until about the last day, last night. Why am I saying this? I'm indicating this so that colleagues would appreciate that the battle for workers' rights is real. The battle, it is not just locally, because the people that you are confronting are the owners, the movers and shakers, who knows that conventions, and that is why, Minister, there was a battle, an actual vote to have the platform economy fall under a convention, because a convention is legally binding, enforceable. Regulations are persuasive, etc. Right? And you know, these battles is fought even against, because government is the largest employer. Government is the largest employer. And countries, as was shown out from our African comrades, African governments, who in the platform economy, who have the greater share of the level of exploitation. Yes? The greater share of the level of exploitation where these platform workers, and we have in Grenada too, who don't really have any rights. So yes, these battles are important, and just to recognize our attendance, Grenada's attendance, and the independency of the tripartite arrangement. So the private sector or the employers is expected to speak independently. Labor is expected to speak independently, and government is expected to speak independently. And what we call the need for social dialogue, because if one party cannot make it, then even if the government of Grenada goes, they will not be able to officially take part in any discussion, and they will have to answer as to why the three parties are not represented. Yes? So Grenada, yes. Grenada, yes. But it is based on the tripartite arrangement, as the minister has indicated. And just to also recognize her chairpersonship of the COSHAD arrangement. You know, for us, I guess in Grenada, we don't really pay much attention to that. When I say we don't pay attention, because it's just part of duty. Duty calls. Yes? And to join the minister and others who spoke in congratulating all the successful students who have now started a new journey. Well, not a new journey, a new level in the journey. And to really make an appeal to make that connection between education and upward mobility, education and getting out of poverty, education, and it is quite possible that many of us went to school, and school was just part of the everyday occurrence, and many of us may have done well. But what is important, Minister, and for all of us to keep doing, is to speak to the youngest people in school that the connection between education and living a quality, better quality life. Yes, there'll be the battles because as the capitalists and bourgeoisie try to get more for themselves, yes, it becomes a struggle. But there is a correlation between education or achievement. And here, let me quickly clarify. I'm not speaking of the traditional education of what we call academics, but speaking of skills, speaking of skills and all the different training that is available. And as they enter the new world of secondary school, to know that the parents and the teachers, much more will be expected of us. Yes, and for all of us to look out for each other. And it comes to mind, again, the decision taken by the current administration to have at least as an objective one student, one university student per household, which I really want to also place on record again the importance of these, because in places as Jamaica, because I know studies were actually done, and therefore I'm expecting the same to happen in other areas. It has been found that, that as a result of the University of the West Indies over the years, and just the fact that there are these academic and I guess academic and higher learning, so let me say higher learning, so it is not just the pure academic, the positive impact it had on the immediate community, not just in terms of its the economic opportunities that were presented in terms of real estates, etc., but in terms of the quality of the discussions and the interest through the interaction of these institutes of higher learnings and the immediate community, the positive impact it had for the immediate community. And therefore, as we seek to enhance the secondary school experience and the tertiary experience, it must result in positives for society. So I wish to close and to wish workers all the very best, because it is the working class in the main children that will be going to secondary school, because we form the larger section of the economy. In some instances, these opportunities will bring more challenges, because I can tell you, and most of us will know, that even from a primary school, you have to spend hundreds of dollars to get your books. Yes? Secondary school will be much more expensive. And therefore, there'll be a higher as our workers' salary remains more or less the same with a 3% increase here and there, which really is insignificant. Yes, in the scheme of things, 4%, yes, 4%. So we don't expect to get 4% this year. We got 5, and we don't expect to get less than 5. Well, you introduce it. I happen to see through the side of my eyes. When I said 3, one of my colleagues on the other side said, no, it's more than 3, it's 4. I'm saying it is 5, and we don't expect to get 5 this come January next year. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But there will be more. So, for instance, even Senator David, and I know it's a challenge, as we zone, and I'm saying we collectively as a people, zone the student, you may find that there are instances where it might be more challenging or costly to keep a child in a particular parish or area. Because see, in our skewed development, based on the way that our society has developed, especially with the downturn in the rural economy, most of our rural people have had to come to the town to work. And as they come to the town to work, their children have to come with them. And even in cases where a number of the children were in, and I'm not faulting the system, colleague David, Senator David, I'm saying I'm raising these things so that we can continue to give collective thought. Yes? Because there are a number of instances at the primary school level, the children are coming out with the parents to go to the primary school. But now, because they are now entering secondary school, and the arrangement is to zone them, and for all good reasons, I'm seeing that there will be fallouts. And therefore, the question as to, well, at secondary level is not daycare. The importance of community centers, the importance of centers of where we can come together, yes, begs itself. Because parents will now be scrambling, how do I, and there'll be a lot of requests for transfers, There'll be a lot of requests for transfers, and I know the ministry will not be able to accommodate everyone, because therefore some school may become bare. But these are challenges that workers will be faced. And this happens every year, but because we are now speaking about August into September, every year we will speak of it and see what can be done to help minimize and reduce these challenges. Because when the parent has to continue to come to town to work, because that's what that's our development, unfortunately, has been, because we are yet to, in a serious and meaningful way, tell investors that when you come, if you want certain deals, part of that deal you have to go to St. Andrew, part of that deal you have to go to St. Patrick. We are yet to do that. So rather than giving certain of the hotels and then, or certain of the sweetheart arrangement as we gave, remember that bank that we came here recently that has already signed, and we tried to figure out, well, who could sign an agreement like this in terms of everything that was given to them? It is okay to give those things, in my view, if you make certain demands, and then one of these is the development of a rural economy. Because what has happened is that as the parents start to have more challenges coming into town, then it falls back on the teachers, who know themselves have to become parents. And the role of the teacher, we know, has been much more than just passing on what we call academic and those kind of things, but parenting. So, through you, Madam President, I'm saying that let us all give thought to, but Minister David, as the Minister of Education, has that direct responsibility as a leader of the system to spearhead ongoing discussions, to see what can be done to help minimize the challenges that every new term presents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator St. Clair.
Thank you, Madam President. I wouldn't be long. And I told him that today was going to be a short session, but today it wasn't me. Very good. I know I like to see Senator Lewis' performance, because I was getting very concerned about your tenacity but it's all good. But Madam President, I want to just speak about three things, very quick mention. One, pretty last thing, is a big issue. And of course, notwithstanding, we may not see direct results in the morning. I must say that I was happy to see the 40-plus lieutenants, I would call them, under new arrangements within the Ministry of Agriculture, going through a graduation ceremony to which I attended sometime around the 5th, I think, or the 4th, sometime just before I traveled, at the Trade Center Annex. And they will be deployed in different areas. In fact, I'm seeing them, to me, almost every corner I turn these days. I'm seeing this Ministry of Agriculture van, and I'm seeing them in this uniformed somewhere. So from my end, we want to tell them to keep the mission that they are committed to on, and we trust that Inspector Daniel will do what he has to do. I had some briefings with the PS of Agriculture recently with some thoughts, and we look forward to see the results. I know one of the main things that we discussed is the whole issue to ensure that the vendors are registered, and that is a major important area of strategy, because if you can reduce potential of the vendors purchasing illegally, then of course you would help in that area, notwithstanding, of course, the other aspects they would work on. So this we would monitor, and we trust that the support that they need and also the collaboration from the police directly will be given in a timely manner. Our good friend, Commissioner Connaught, is a very cooperative and supportive person, understanding those challenges himself, and we look forward for improvement in this area. Another important matter, Madam President, is the farmers are concerned right now with, I wouldn't say where are we going with MNIB or what is the state of MNIB, but they are concerned that the market for the products, of course, you'd see some resurgence, as we mentioned, after Hurricane Ivan, and with various support and good weather and all of those things. And there is some concerns pertaining to that in terms of the market. Of course, you would say, well, they should know what way they market anything, run everything as a business. But we know at the same time, if you have an institution that's supposed to be doing something, let it do it well, whilst you fix what you have to fix, and not just let it go away. So, it's like the boy who knows he's expecting a shoes from his aunt or grandmother, and so the one he just letting it go down and not even taking care of it. At the end of the day, he may get the shoes, but when? And may never even get the shoes, and you have to be barefooted. So in this situation, we don't want our farmers to be left with no options. This is an important area. In fact, there is case where farmers are concerned with the sales of pineapples. That is a big issue in terms of how the whole marketing arrangement is established. I wouldn't go into too much details at this stage, but this is an important area of concern. And the last point is more an announcement of, and it's political, the announcement in that last week, Thursday, the 26th of June, the GCNA would have dedicated its complex at Bolio. There, most persons may have seen it on the news. You have different agro-tourism, agro-processing, and other activities at that compound. And you also have, the former Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture, and MP for the immediate area actually has been an advocate of value added and spoke and written a lot about nutmeg industry. And so the board in its wisdom would have decided to dedicate that complex in his name in collaboration with the family, because if the family don't agree, they could have that idea. And so I say this here for particular reason of, one, the sector, the agritourism linkage, but more so for the late George Bizan himself, who has walked through these walls in all capacity, you know, politically, and for that, the record shall show that, you know, he's been honored by the association for his work and contribution with the endorsement of his family. And of course, you had almost 200 persons in attendance, including the Minister of Agriculture, Prime Minister, Designate Speaker of Ministry of Finance, Senator Cornwall, Minister Cornwall, and of course the MP for the area, Honorable Ronald Head, and of course our gracious Governor General was there to cut the ribbon. So I put this here on the record as a mark for him and his contribution he has made to this country and the example that he left for us to all follow. And with these remarks, I say thank you.
And I say thank you to you and the GCNA for paying tribute in a meaningful and developmental, sustainably developmental way to one of Grenada's stalwart leaders in so many fields, as an author, an agriculturalist, a teacher, political leader, family man, just a wonderful son of the soil. Thank you for honoring him, and we ought to publicize the George Bizan Center, it is, the George Bizan exhibition.
It's the George Bizan House of Nutmeg.
Ah.
Yeah, okay.
And it is permanently based at the Bolio GC.
Yeah, the Bolio facility is that physical facility, so the name of the building now is the George Bizan House of Nutmeg, the whole complex. So in addition to all this happening, we would have a whole program throughout the year that would define. Maybe you have lecture series, different things that will be taking place. So the name of the area is the George Bizan House of Nutmeg. That's the official name. Senator Luis and my good friend here and Senator Sybil Francis. So I'm happy that you all are able to make it and the session from this house. Thank you.
Thanks to all the senators who attended, and thank you, Senator St. Clair and the GCNA. Any other comments? So in closing, let me just say on the 1st of July 2025, say to all the people of Grenada, the state of Grenada, especially the parishes of Pitimatnik and Carriacou and St. Patrick's, who were so devastated by Hurricane Beryl. We remember and we still continue to stand with you. And we are proud of the resilience that you and your families have shown, and we encourage you to continue. Also want to congratulate all the students and the team, led by the team leader, Minister of Education, for their success in the CXC examinations, and trust that your experiences in secondary school will bring out the brilliance, the joy, the happiness, and the transformation of one university student in each household over the years to come through you. And to say that I'm proud of the Senate, the direction of travel in which we are headed. With the 2 bills passed, reveals a good partnership in facilitating the state in its version of going forward, moving our nation forward. We have what Senator Gloria Thomas called a new day, the Emancipation Day now, August 1st, a day of, as she said, and I quote, reflection, education, and mobilization. Quite a bit that the population can do within that framework. And as the presenter of the bill, Leader of Government Business Senator Adrian Thomas said, the struggle for emancipation continues. La lucha continua. Our struggle for emancipation, full emancipation, continues. But we are beginning now to own ourselves through our history and how we celebrate it, and also the other bill through the ownership and be able to charge fees for our natural product. The report on the formation of the Environmental Conservation Caucus is very good news. I want to thank you, Senator St. Clair. While you were in Nice, I was in Berlin, and it's the very same thing that we are called upon to act actively and in a focused way on, in this case, with the nationally determined contributions to reduce emissions, as is your case, in a more larger framework of conservation, land and sea. So the Senate, in fact, while I was there attending that meeting, I am still in negotiations for the Parliament to become involved in the environmental movement and the environmental agenda globally. And there is some interest on the part of European country in supporting Grenada's completion of its NDC 3.0. NDC is not what we know NDC, but it's a nationally determined contributions. In completing it by having the Parliament become involved. So we hope that comes true, and we will be leaning on the Conservation Caucus for support. And regarding the session, the meeting that will be held in Grenada towards the end of the month, the seminar for Caribbean and African investment collaboration. Thank you for reporting on that, Senator Rahman. It's a major opportunity for us to consolidate our emancipation, isn't it? Through friendships, through investments, and trade more generally. And I do hope that there is an opportunity for those persons who are coming both from the Caribbean and from Africa to move beyond St. George's and see Grenada in its totality. So we wish for success for them and for Grenada. All other senators and points of contributions are highly appreciated, and with your permission, the motion on the floor for the adjournment of this session, July 1st, 2022 session of the Senate, is proposed. All those who are in favor of adjournment say aye, and those opposed say nay. The Senate is adjourned.